Hello. Let me go in a different room. And then you guys speak as well.
That seems like it's up and running then, right?
Yeah. Hello. There you go. Wait, speak. No, I can't. Unmute yourself on Zoom. You need to unmute yourself on Zoom. Bottom left. Unmute yourself on Zoom. I can't hear you.
Which mic?
Is it working now?
Yeah.
And then this works here. How do you like check if it's on? How do you put it on your webcam?
Well, you have to.
Go to that. Yeah.
No, like how do you show it? Because it's already connected. Unless that. Wait, is that even on? Wait, let me.
It's always the simple things, on and off.
Honestly, I was just thought we have this thing at the studio. We have a scratch test for all the microphones, and usually if it's a really small setup, and we have about 10 microphones. You can guarantee that one thing is not going to work. No matter how hard you try to make it work, it will always go wrong.
There's always something, yeah.
Our boss will always bet a round of drinks on it. If it goes perfectly, we'll happily buy an expensive round of drinks.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say bet that there's something wrong. But you can try so hard. I've tried my best to make sure that the actual patch bay was working and it was all perfect. Nothing.
Yeah, it's just take all.
And then
It's so annoying, honestly.
why did it not change?
Hmm?
It should have changed the other one.
Or is it static?
What is happening? That isn't the cam link though.
No, that's not
the
the
webcam.
system. Yeah.
So why is it doing that?
Jocelyn, were you using the mics today?
I don't know if I'm using it today. I actually don't have any panelists until end of the day.
Gotcha.
Because my panel is all
Virtual. Gotcha. No worries. I was just double checking. Brianna, just a reminder, the adapt, if you do need that, just, you don't need the
Yeah,
adapter for the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's not connecting. Maybe. I'm not sure why the. Can you open this using the app instead?
Hmm?
The app, Zoom app. Oh,
Yeah, but that's the one that's in there.
it says here cam link though. I think just use the app.
That went in earlier.
Can you try it? That's the one.
Can I close this?
Hmm.
Can I close this?
Hmm. Good morning.
You have my slide?
Yes, please.
There we go. Thank you so much.
Would like to present everything by.
Oh, that's so smart.
Everything's been good here?
Yeah, it's just the computer being slow, but that's about the only issue so far.
Oh, gotcha. Not the Wi-Fi, right? Just the computer itself?
Yeah, the computer is.
Alrighty.
So you guys were working hard and trying to troubleshoot.
Yeah, because the streaming is coming from this computer, this camera, and it's capturing the sound of the whole
Okay.
So there's quite a lot of background.
Yeah,
noise. I mean, the software is going to be died for another month. So what we're thinking is, we edit the recording from yesterday, give it as much background noise as we can.
Yeah.
And cut them separately and attach to each program, to each schedule.
Perfect. Yeah, that's good.
So-
That's a lot of work. Wow.
Well,
Now, do you have,
we can only try and see which one works, one doesn't, because it's hybrid event is kind of like, beautiful.
I will send it tomorrow evening, okay? And then I edit mine. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, you stay up way too late, looking like. But makeup looks great.
Makeup is like flawless. Hiding dark circles.
I actually asked you how to do that.
Okay, I forgot. But this morning I just like, let's see, my shadow, so however it goes, it goes.
Well, it looks mad. Just marvelous, just marvelous.
Thank you. Oh, and you know what, okay, I was gonna show you, did I show you where the lash boost was from Organic Foods? I see, I was like, oh my gosh.
Lash boost.
Yeah.
You have before mascara?
It's a vitamin and you put it along on your lash line.
We're just
lid.
commenting about her.
Yes,
lashes.
I just tried when I was buying mascara and makeup and I was not tried it.
Oh gosh, try it. It doesn't take but like a little drop. I mean, not a big drop. Put some on the brush and you just line the top edge of your lash, where the lashes are growing. and do that for 6 weeks, you'll have like,
Luscious.
yeah, it will sound like, to be honest.
Yes, starting the genomics, so, it's a farm efficient. Basically, that's the farm drug and your own process drug. So mostly in the real world today, it's older drugs, like older drugs with rare therapeutic windows, and like depression drugs, cardiac stuff, and then kind of certain drugs have come in process fast. Or rather, measurement. So that may make you adjust the dose. So, these farm function tests are starting to be sold a lot, very entrepreneurial. So I joined this.
The actual microphone itself, or these
automated.
I brought that.
You got the microphone.
This one, right? The actual.
Yeah.
That was gonna be.
Well, remember the other day we were saying that this should just be,
Do you want to try now?
Hello.
This one. Just speak.
Speak where?
Just speak.
You speak anywhere. It's just the built-in microphone for the computer.
Yeah, but it says disabled.
No, this is.
Okay. Christine, can you hear me? Christine?
Oh, that's the one.
So it says here the book's picking it up.
Yeah.
Like when you talk. If we do nothing.
It's the noise of the background.
Oh yeah, it is picking up the noise.
Christine, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
So you can, yeah.
I can't see anything, but I can hear you.
It's not. It's just quieter.
I don't know why it's not coming up for her.
Can you try if the sound comes out? Okay, we're just setting up quickly, Christine, and then we'll begin. Yeah.
How many hours per class time?
Why is the webcam frozen again? What happened? The connection on the webcam is
I think just use this camera for now.
okay. What about presenting this?
Because she's introducing Christine. Well, they can just see them online. So here.
Yeah, but they're not just slides on. And if people want to walk around, they're not gonna. They'll just be like.
No, but the slides they can't. They can share. They will share their own slides. So Christine is there already. So my.
Also, you got one of Kristen. She said she's really sick, so she won't be able to travel. And she got fever.
So what do you do?
That is a website.
You can't use any camera. I'm not sure why that's happening. With a laptop just that's why you should get on connected rather than. Hello, can you hear us?
Select the speaker. I get this audio device.
With the microphone, it says external, but I don't think there's an external microphone.
She's speaking.
I can hear you just a little muffled. Can you hear me clear?
Yeah, that's what was happened yesterday.
Try do the other one. Do the select the speaker. Yeah.
Can you say hello, please? Christine?
Yes, I can hear you very faint.
Yeah, she's very faint.
All right, try now. Just have her say it.
Hey, Kristen?
Yes.
Oh, there, you're good. There you go.
Let me talk to her for a second. Krista?
Monica wants to take a picture with you.
What's up?
Hold on.
You guys there?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what life is now. Zoom friendships.
Girl. I need to see you in person.
Hey, you. You look amazing today.
How
We're
are
supposed to
you?
get started in a minute. I'm good. You look amazing as always, and we're missing you out here. So,
Totally missing
are
being
we
here.
almost ready to start? I know. Okay, so we'll start in 1 second. Okay. And are we live on the online? Okay. So perfect. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of Paradigm Global Events. I'm happy to be here in person and I'm welcoming all of you on stage. I don't know which camera I'm supposed to be looking at here so that you all see me, but it's a very weird reality thing of in person and online. So anyways, we had an amazing day yesterday. Some big conversations were taking place. We did have difficulties, so I apologize to anyone online. We're working on that, and we've got Kristen today, so it looks like it's working and that we can continue on. And I don't want to take up most of the morning because I know that we have been late, and I'm just going to get started. Kristen, are you ready down there?
Ready to rock and roll.
All right, well, I'm going to mute myself and let you go.
All right. I'm hoping that, can someone give me a shout and let me know if you can still hear me? Because I don't see anything anymore but myself.
We can still hear you and see you. So we're good. Oh, I was muted. Can you hear me?
Yes. Are we good? Everyone can hear me?
We are good and we can all hear you. So go.
All right, perfect. Well, I am having so much FOMO that I am not there, but this whole situation that just happened here and the fact that I'm in Philly still and not there is just total demonstration of my whole theme for this opening, which is living, thriving, brilliantly resilient. All these communities are trying to be resilient in the past. We're coming on 2 years now. Of this madness. And meanwhile, us in the rare disease community, we don't even do just resilience. We do brilliantly resilient, which is one of the companies that I launched in the pandemic and wrote a book about. But so a lot of the things that I'm going to talk about today, you might think, okay, well, the rare disease community is already brilliantly resilient. I want to pull out 4 of the pillars of living and running companies and organizations that are brilliantly resilient, because there may be some pieces in here where your organization might be feeling stuck. You as a person, personal life, might be going through some of what I call sucker punches. I mean, in the past almost 2 years, our organizations and our personal lives, our families, our situations have all been hit by these sucker punches. And I find it no coincidence that right now, which I wanted to make sure I pointed this out, you can be brilliantly resilient and thriving in your organization, which I am right now. You're going to hear some interesting news that just happened this week is one of the reasons that I'm still in Philly. And at the same time, be in the sucker punch moment where you have to figure out how to reset that we'll talk about. It could also, that could be happening in your personal life, which is actually what's happening and why I'm still in Philly. So I am like, you know, all aspects of the brilliantly resilient process. So let's talk about this for a second. Let me set the stage here let's go back to right before the lockdowns, right? It was 2020. Of all times, I run a rare eye disease organization. I am an advocate for the blind. The year 2020 was like the Kristen Smedley year. I mean, it was the year of eyes. All the campaigns for fundraising, for advocacy, everything had the 2020, the vision, you know, every possible cliche that you could bring around 2020 and vision. I had them all. They were all ready to go. My Canva was loaded, all that stuff. And then the flipping pandemic hits, right? So probably like a lot of you guys, all the fundraisers are shut down. All the research meetings. I mean, the big one that I go to and gather all of the researchers and get in everybody's face and nag them to death on Twitter beforehand and LinkedIn. And then in all the exhibit halls, that big research meeting for 12,000 vision folks shut down. That is the heart of the work I do. That is where I make all the connections. That's how we launch the next year's priorities. And the dang thing was shut down. Aren't I so uplifting? So take yourself back to those moments of where your big sucker punch hit your organization, your company, your life, and you're probably in the middle of one of them right now. Here's my question. How is it? I mean, you guys get to look around the room. I don't. And if you're watching online, think about this and look at the agenda and the attendees that are there. How are some of our friends in the room able to come through this? And I'm going to tell you the story of our organization. How are we able to do this? The world is broken at that moment, right? How do some people come through brilliant and don't stay in broken? All right, let's jump through some of these. I'm going to give you the 4 of the several core things of how the Curing Retinal Blindness Foundation, Kristen Smedley, and a lot of you in the room might not even realize you're doing this, how you're coming through brilliant, not broken. So honest to God, the first thing you have to ask yourself is, do I want to stay in broken or do I want to move to brilliant? Do I want this organization? Do I want to just say, you know what? I gave it my best shot. The whole world has shut down. This just wasn't meant to be. The cards are lined up. This isn't going to happen. We're just going to stay in broken and we're going to move on to something else. Or do you want to move somehow to brilliant? And for me, and this is what we're going to talk about in pillar number 1 of core values and mission. For me, there is no option to stay in broken. You know, a friend of mine that was on my Brilliantly Resilient show says, when you get hit by that sucker punch, you have a choice. Do you want to, you get stung at first, right? But do you want to get stung and knocked out? Or do you want to get stung, think about it, and get back up? So it's okay to let that sting sit in. I mean, God, that research meeting was canceled. And then I was going to 4 different countries in 2020 to do that whole big mega 2020, the vision of the world. We're going to fix everything, right? Couldn't do that. That was driving me nearly out of my mind. But at my core, I always joke that one of the core values, I don't joke that the core value of the Curing Retinal Blindness Foundation is collaboration, but my joke is always, I think that CRB1, which is our genetic mutation, I think CRB1 in some language means collaboration. And I think that Kristen means collaboration. And all of you that are in that room that I have called up, texted, found you in a hallway somewhere to say, what can we work on together? I need to move this forward. At the heart of our organization is collaboration. And at the heart of our mission is not just collaboration, but serving our families, connecting them to resources, and funding research, finding the researchers, funding them, and getting to the finish lines. So when the sucker punch hits and you're trying to figure out how you're going to move forward, the number one thing that I realized over the course of my 10 years of running the Curing Retinal Blindness Foundation is, what are my core values and our mission? And that, when people say, how do you get the strength to stand up every day, to keep going? That's where the energy comes from. I rarely know what to do. And we're going to talk about that in a second, but it's just a matter of dig back into your mission. Now, for those of you that are looking at each other or texting your team going, what is our mission statement? What are our core values? We don't even know. And those of you that know them and haven't visited them in a while, it's time. I have 2 quick resources for you because I'm going to try to catch you up on your schedule here. One of them, I have the book here, Jack Canfield, The Success Principles. There's a whole exercise, and it's in the beginning. You don't have to read the whole thing. It's in the beginning where he talks about how you can, it's only 2 pages. You sit as a team and you go through and figure out what your unique qualities are, what your mission, what your purpose is, and you come up with not just a mission statement, but a purpose for your organization or your company. I'm actually doing this right now as his is designed as a person. I'm doing it as a person. I launched a second company about a month ago, my second one in 2 years, and we're going through that as a company right now. But I would highly recommend looking at that. And another resource is Business Made Simple. Look it up online. It's a whole online community. And they have this incredible online course of going through and building your mission statement. And I promise you guys, if you haven't built one yet, do it. If you have one, revisit it, and you might want to tweak it, because this is the core of how these organizations are moving from broken to brilliant, how companies are not shutting down in pandemics. They're actually launching to higher levels and having more success. Okay, I spent so much time on that principle because on that pillar of brilliantly resilient, because it is a foundational thing that is really going to help you rise. All right, the second one, and this is the hardest one for Kristen Smedley. It is the hardest one for me as a person, as a mom, as a leader of an organization, and a founder of companies. The second one is control the controllables. You guys. I always say that I'm a recovering control freak, and my kids are like, not so much, Mom. I realize I'm supposed to be writing on this whiteboard, and I'm getting so into talking to you guys. Forget about the whiteboard. Plus, I don't know what the back of my hair looks like these days. Control the controllables. What is really in your control? I say I'm a recovering control freak, but I really am still a control freak. What is really in your control? So when that sucker punch hit of the pandemic shutting everything down, all of the research meetings, all of the travel to see all these other patient cohorts that were starting to develop and get them into our system, I had no control over that. So I had to really sit and figure out, what do I have control over? Well, I will say, not that anybody that I do Zoom meetings with would say this all the time, but I do have some Zoom skills, right? We all have Zoom skills now. I just learned Zoom webinar on the fly the other day. I'll tell you about that meeting that I had on Monday. I'm still sweating over the fact that I had never used Zoom webinar, and the thing that I hosted, insanity, but that's my life. What can you control? Well, I could control using Zoom. I could upgrade my subscription. Well, I actually had to start paying for a subscription. How many of you all were on the free Zoom, and then you had to suddenly turn your whole organization into Zoom, and then you had to cough up $15 every month, and maybe even some more had to jump up even more. But I have Zoom skills. Our researchers and our families and everyone in the world had a heck of a lot of time on their hands, right? And people started jumping online. Our researchers couldn't get into the labs. That nearly crippled me. And I know that a lot of you were having the same issue, because I was on Zoom calls with a lot of you trying to figure out, how do we get these people into the labs to deal with cell lines and all the stuff that we had to get out of the labs. Now, some of those things are beyond our control that we can't do anything about. The piece I'm talking about here is where my situation was. The researchers they couldn't get in to their labs, but they had their notes, they had their laptops, they could still access information. So we did have that. And I also have an insanely collaborative network. I had built a culture because of our core values and our mission. I built a culture of collaboration. So at a time when everybody was siloed, isolated, no one was in their offices, when collaboration is at the heart of the mission and is a core value, that was one of the biggest things I could control and tap into. So how do we go from that piece into what is the next piece of Brilliantly Resilient, the rise? Brilliantly Resilient, you say you reset after the sucker punch with core values, control the controllables we're focusing on today. And then you rise out of that pit that the sucker punch nails you into, right? So in the rise, the biggest question, in the reset, the biggest question you ask yourself is, do I want to come through broken or brilliant? And then when it's time to say, okay, now we got to move up. We got to move up and out of this pit. Then the question that you ask yourself and your organization is, are you going to live there or are you just visiting? Are you going to sit in the pit and talk about all the things that are out of your control, or spend time doing your mission statement and talk about the values and sit there in there? Or are you just visiting there and you're going to move up and on? And it seems like maybe not an important question. Trust me. And I would love for you all to do this to keep us all accountable in this community on this question, because how many times are you sitting at a table, at a dinner, maybe at breakfast, and there's an organization leader or a member of your team is going through all the stuff that is going wrong, all the stuff that isn't working, all the stuff that is frustrating. That's fine to visit, because you have to ask, you have to put on the table the things that aren't working. But if we're staying in that negative mini, that these are all the things that are wrong, these are all the reasons we're not succeeding, these are all the reasons that it's driving me crazy that side of the room is so much more successful. You can't stay there. You can visit, but you cannot unpack your bags and live there. So that's the rise question that you have to ask yourself over and over again when you catch yourself doing that. So here's the third pillar, and it's the first one of the rise. You ask yourself, what can I do? What can I actually do? I can't get my researchers in the labs to continue working on the stuff that we were working on. I can't get my team to the big meeting where we're going to connect with more researchers and launch new projects. I can't get to all the other countries to meet other patients and grab people together and have cohorts. But what can I do? Well, probably like a lot of you, I initially turned a bedroom into a studio like this. I've since moved and things are all over the place. So that's why I have a very bizarre background. I could suddenly get really good with lighting, with a laptop, and with some space to start getting on Zoom meetings and doing things like that. I could grab the team into Zoom meetings. People had a ton of time on their hands when all this went on. So I just, so nice. I just kept bringing my teammates into Zoom rooms to talk about what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? And brain dumping all the stuff that we did have access to and the people that we did have access to. And then I reached out to our research network, all the people we were funding, all the people that I wanted to fund, all the people I had lined up for 2020 that I wanted to talk to, and started looking at all the papers that were coming out, anything related to CRB1 and moving us forward. And I got them all to say yes to the next piece that I'm going to talk about in a second here. And the biggest thing that we said that we could actually do was figure out a way to serve our CRB1 families in ways that we had never been able to do before. We had to get real creative, but it was a unique opportunity to reach people all over the world through Zoom and what's the other one I can't stand? Google Meet. I'm so sorry if you're a Google fan, but that thing I just can't seem to figure out. But anyway, with these mechanisms that we had available to us. So that leads me into the fourth pillar of Brilliantly Resilient, and that is taking one action step. You know, it's all well and good to go through your mission statement, to figure out what you can control, to decide what you actually can do. But you guys know, if you don't take that one step, Of course, it's me, right? I don't just take one step. I take about 57 steps. No, I'm just kidding. I took a few steps in that one action step. I broke it down where all of our different pieces that we needed to address and took an action step in each one. And because I didn't realize about Netflix binge watching at that point. My daughter introduced me to that later. So I had all this time to do it. But here's the two big action steps that we took that have changed everything for the Curing Retinal Blindness Foundation and for the inherited retinal disease community, the IRD community. We decided the first one was, and this comes from, I don't really know what's normal and not normal. I just do things, and if they work, they work. That was actually the other brilliant part of COVID and the lockdowns. Nobody knew it was going to work, so you could try anything. So I reached out to all of our researchers around the world and said, hey, can we get a discussion on Zoom about what we actually can do this year and where you're at with your projects and if there's anything that we could actually do? And by the way, do you have any friends? Were there people you were going to meet at the ARVO meeting that you think would be valuable to add to this conversation? You guys, not only did they all say yes, I mean, all of them said yes. And some people brought higher ups from their organizations and connected us to new people. We had this incredible collaborative meeting. And I said to them all that I'm very well known for, I don't reveal anything that is discussed in a research meeting. Between you guys and me, a lot of it is so over my head. How could I regurgitate it? But I respect the work, the intellectual property, all of those things of all of our researchers. We don't record these Zoom meetings. We don't take notes to be going anywhere. We just literally have a conversation about here's what I'm working on. Here's where I'm stuck. And I could not believe, I never could have planned it. I don't know why I didn't see it coming, but there were different pieces, different little tiles in my Zoom meeting where the one guy's saying, oh, I didn't know you were working on that. That's the piece that I didn't have. And that's the question you have that you're stuck on in your experiment. I know somebody in Michigan that can do that. This team decided then that they all wanted to meet quarterly. I was just doing this annual thing that we didn't get to do in person. They now meet quarterly. And because of something that happened the other day, they're having an extra meeting before the end of the year to really progress all this research. And the breakthroughs that have happened have been absolutely extraordinary. So that was the researchers we got in the Zoom room. Then I thought, hey, I didn't blow up Zoom and I didn't blow up the laptop. So why don't we try this with all the families? I have to tell you, it still brings tears to my eyes. We had families from, I think it was 12 or 13 countries. I don't know. I'm doing all these global things now that I can while we're on Zoom. We had so many countries come into this Zoom meeting we had a couple of research updates because these folks had never gotten up. You should have seen their faces when they were able to see one of the researchers working on their child's gene. They never would have had that opportunity before if it wasn't for this switcheroo and how we do everything and being on Zoom. And then they got to connect with each other. And some people had never, ever met not only another child with CRB1 or an adult with CRB1, they had never met anybody in the blind or visually impaired community. It was absolutely extraordinary. But here's the thing. I thought that was just wonderful. Check that box that we served, we collaborated, and we are really connecting people to each other. Had no idea the brilliance that doing those two action steps was going to land us a year later. So let me review for a second. So in the Brilliant and the Resilient process, you do the reset, you rise, and then you uncover or reveal your brilliance. I'm not going into all the steps of the brilliance piece, but I am going to tell you an outcome of that was absolutely brilliant. And we talked about you're going to look at your core values of your organization. This actually applies to families too. The core values of your organization, your company, and your mission statement in there. And I told you those two resources. Then you're going to look at the controllables. I always say that with a smile because it's so hard for me of what is in my control and not in my control, right? And then it's in the rise part, it's that question, what can I actually do? And then the fourth part, you guys, you got to do it. But just take one step at a time. I know I did two ginormous ones, but take one step at a time. And then here's the really cool part that I'll reveal what the brilliance was that came out of that. We decided, since all of the fundraisers have still been shut down, I mean, we planned them this past fall, and then the different cities were shutting things down. So we said, what if we did like a sort of more professional, like a webinar instead of a Zoom room? It wasn't even my idea, and rarely is anything my idea. It's somebody else that calls me and says to do it. One of the moms in the UK that has a patient cohort of CRB1 patients called me and said, why don't we do a webinar where it's research presentations, invite all the families in so they can understand what the research is and maybe get a little more engaged. I thought, okay. And then when I presented that to my board, they said, wow, maybe that would get more people into our registry that we've set up. If they're a little more engaged and know what's going on, we can convince them to get into the registry. All right. And then one of our university teams said, hey, we have an opportunity to do this massive fundraising thing, this endowment, but we would really need to have $2.5 million. I said, oh, wait a minute, this webinar might attract some people that can invest in something like that. Let's put some things in place in this little webinar and invite the right people that might be able to make that happen. And then this is one of those I'm just going to call it a God moment. You can call it the universe moment. You can call it like, hey, Kristen's about to quit and jump off the cliff, so we better give her a parachute. One of those moments. I happened to reach out to someone I had met a couple of years ago that so kindly took a Skype meeting with me and then an in-person meeting with me. I think because she was afraid that I would never leave her alone unless she did. She said yes twice. And I thought, oh, since those meetings that I had with her, she then last year won in 2020, won the Nobel Prize for chemistry. It's Jennifer Doudna of CRISPR, right? So I was like, wouldn't that be kind of cool if she could come into the webinar? Who do I think I am, right? Wouldn't that be kind of cool if she could come into our webinar and say that this new technology is out there and it is a huge possibility for our CRB1 patients? What if she spent 5 minutes just saying what it is? Okay, like the Nobel Prize winner is going to say yes to me. Here's what she did. It was actually even better. Within hours of me sending her that email, it was 1 week before the webinar. I'm a little last minute still. She sent me the lead of one of her massive teams at the Genomics Institute. I'm totally butchering this whole thing, so don't quote me on this. And he came in to our webinar, and not only is he brilliant in terms of CRISPR, he is one of the most energetic, enthusiastic, amazing people you could ever see and ever have speak at your event, right? I had no idea that in his 5 minutes, he did this massive, moving everybody from hope to reality, letting us know that within 4 years, there is not just a possibility for CRB1. They want CRB1 to be the next one in the clinic because they're already doing this which is why I called them. They're already doing this for another rare eye disease that's similar to us. I mean, he was so igniting of that little 45-minute webinar that we now, which is one of the biggest reasons that I can't be with you all, I am back to back to back to back to back meetings with investors that want to get involved with this, right? With families from all over the world that never have even answered an email from us are now jumping into these Zoom rooms, phone calls, they're building fundraising kits, all of these things, and tons of collaboration in funding because we decided to not stay a broken organization. We decided to stay true. Gosh, what is the matter with me? True to our mission, right? And serve these families and get to the finish line. And we've now launched the Fund the Finish Lines campaign that is just going bonkers all over the place. So, for all of you that I will also say the through line of all of my collaboration and living brilliantly resilient and running the Curing Retinal Blindness Foundation in a brilliantly resilient mindset, the through line of all of it is all of you. If you don't have a tribe of people that know how to kick your butt into gear, not let you sit in the pit, but make you force yourself and pull you out of that pit and say, you are not going to live there. You can visit it, but you are not going to live there. It's this tribe in the rare disease community that propels all of us forward. And wherever you are on your continuum, if your organization has just started and you're overwhelmed, if you feel like your goals are too big, if you're in the middle and things just aren't going right, if you're on the other side of a lot of this and you've been through the FDA and you have treatments out there, all of us are here in this community to build each other up, to look ahead to the people that are ahead of us and ask them for help. And those of you that are way far ahead, it's your responsibility. And I see so many of you do it, to turn around and see who needs to be pulled out of that pit, who needs to be dragged along with some help from you. That's what I love about this community. I'm going to leave you with 2 resources. As you fly home, drive home, wherever it is that you're going, take a train, which is what I was supposed to be on. Do you think I'm a little bitter about the fact that I'm not with you all? One of them is the Brilliantly Resilient podcast. We interview folks that have turned companies around, organizations around. They are doing extraordinary things, and you can learn stuff from them on every single episode. And you'll hear me laugh a heck of a lot because these people are great. The other one is John Lee Dumas, his podcast and his website, Entrepreneurs on Fire. I know this isn't a group of entrepreneurs, but I started thinking like an entrepreneur years ago to turn this ship around and really launch some good things. So listen to Entrepreneurs on Fire. You guys, I am so jealous that you're all in the room together and I'm not there. I love and miss you all so much. And thank you so much to this incredible conference for allowing the flexibility and the resilience that I was able to be a part of this today. Have a good one, everybody.
Kristen, don't leave yet. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, because Monica wants to take a picture next to your face.
Did I also mention
So
that my
hold
tribe is a
on.
bunch of goofballs too?
Hold on 1 second, because we're gonna move. Oh, I'm gonna get into apparently, and then Tara Britt is coming up next. So while we're doing this, I'm gonna let them figure that out. But stay there. You're bigger than me, Kristen. You're bigger than all of us. You're like tall on this big stage. This way, Monica. Oh, shoot. Okay.
I can try and drag her in between you guys and then leave her.
This is like living in my boys' world. I can't see a darn thing happening. Tell me when you're taking it so I don't have a stupid look on my face. Like when Zoom freezes. Zoom always freezes on me like this.
Never stop smiling.
Love you, Kristen.
Thanks, you guys. I miss you all.
You're free to leave.
See you, everybody.
Okay. Let me undo our mic. Okay. Welcome back. Oh, we're still live, right? Okay, so we're live on live. We have our next. Crystal Davis was supposed to speak, and she's not feeling well. So, Crystal, we are sending our thoughts and prayers out to you, and hope that you feel better. We do miss you out here, and so hopefully we'll get a chance to hear you. Anyways, we have a few minutes since Crystal isn't on with us yet until our next speaker, Tara Britt. But I didn't get a chance to really introduce myself at all. Right now would be an opportunity. Steve Von Reisfeld, if you haven't, we're geared towards breaking down silos in healthcare and really connecting and empowering patient communities. I wanted to tell a short story. This is, I don't know, like my millionth orphan drug conference. For Jocelyn alone, I think I've done 5. But this started out differently. You know, I originally, a few years back, was called in, and I live in the Bay Area in San Francisco. And I was called by a company, a CRO, to come in and speak. And they had 40 pharma executives in a room. And I walked in not knowing was for me as a patient, I had idea what I was ever been in the development. I really just didn't even know I was there. And when I walked in and into the sessions, most of them, again, way over my head. But there was a session eventually that came about collaboration. And in the session, the speaker talking, and she said, it costs $70 million, $1 billion, whatever that number was, to bring to market. And she asked everybody in the room, what would it take to collaborate? And how in the work to bring these drugs to market faster and quicker and save these patients. And honestly, I was in that room and I was looking around and it was silent. And I was waiting for somebody, anybody, to just raise their hand. And honestly, it was probably 3 seconds. But for me, it felt like an eternity. And finally, at one point, a woman raised her hand and she said, I would collaborate, but I also work for the CR that was giving the presentation. And so I walked out of the room for a second. It was just kind of shocking. And I went to the CSO who was standing outside and I said, okay, this weird space and weird event. I'm like, I don't feel comfortable. This topic is speaking up. And I said, what can I do? Where are the other patients? I want to see what they're thinking. Could have brought people, but that wasn't what we wanted. We wanted them to hear a story and we want you. And so when the presentation ended, I sat there and, you open up for questions and people come up and I stood and I'll never forget because I stood up and I said, hi, I'm Christine. I'm not one of you. And from there, I just said, I'm a patient of my life day to day with an illness, multiple illness. For me as a patient in this room and so many of you who are and work together. This industry is my only hope to have a good life. To your wife and your kid, I'm unmarried. So to live Social Security. And to me, it just didn't make sense. And I let the audience point it, and that as a patient, they were my hope. And it was interesting because at the end, I expected I don't know what I expected, really, It's a strange reaction. I had the audience, oh my gosh, that's crazy, never thought about it. And the other half that just looked at me and said, you're amazing. And so this very strange, I'm telling you this story about how I'm struggling. All you can see is how I really need to take opportunity in that experience. Doesn't have community. And this whole thing, and I know Monica's been audience too. Interesting space Monica, do you have my book? So I read this book. I've mentioned it on LinkedIn, and we have a few minutes before our next speaker has to speak. Let me look at my time. So I did. Whatever here. So I bought this book, and it's Why I Feel an Imposter. And it was because I came into this industry, and I don't have a lot of letters behind my name, but I do live. I have in this space brought me up and brought me into classes and taught me how to talk to industry. Those people that really helped bring me up, those collaborations and really that interest in me as a person. And I think as an industry, we look at patients as identified data, but we're not seeing the individual person and the things that they do. And there are amazing advocates out there who are doing everything for free. And so I think we really need to take a moment to sit back and really look at our processes and how we work things out and who is involved in the process. There's a lot of things that when I get called into finally as a patient, everything has already been decided. And then we have to make changes. It costs so much more afterwards, these changes. So there's things that I can use to mitigate things and through conversation. Kristen mentioned it, the conversations are what she was having. She wasn't coached, she wasn't recording anything. It was giving people that opportunity to connect. And I don't know if anyone in this room, I have a clubhouse show that I host. It's called Health Reconsidered. And it's Monday through Friday. We're taking a little bit of a break. But it's an opportunity for people in industry to connect and really talk. And we've had some amazing conversations that aren't recorded, but that have ended up in really amazing collaborations. So I think we do need to open it up to these conversations. And Tara's here, right in the middle of that dramatic, right? But she is here. But we look at our industry. We need to connect and pull everybody together. The other thing is pulling in the right people. We have so really our key here is finding to Kristen's done speaker. So here I see Tara. Hold on. Can you?
I can hear, but you know what? Your audio is going so in and out. I can't understand what you're saying. The audio just keeps going in and out. Hey, Jocelyn, it's good to meet you.
Are you can hear?
It's really breaking. It's not. It just sounds like it's kind of broken up. Hey, Carolina.
Okay, well, we can hear you.
Perfect. Okay.
So that's all that matters at this moment. So I'm going to let you start. And Tara, go ahead. Why don't you introduce yourself and go.
Oh, wait a minute. Your last words broke up. Sorry, I couldn't. What did you say?
How do I do it? Go ahead. Do I chat? No, for some reason there's no chat option. Oh. Technical.
Hey, Carolina.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Are we on?
Thank you for doing this today. Hey.
Hey.
You look beautiful as always. Carolina, what time is it there?
It's 6:44 right now.
Oh gosh. Thank you for doing this.
So we're just waking up.
Oh, you look fine.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
I'm loving your hair. It's pretty.
I don't want anything to happen. They're on a screen.
Oh, are we on?
I know, right? You are on.
Oh, okay. All right. Hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Barely.
Yet? No.
Barely.
Okay, well, I'll let you start. I'm going to back up and let you guys go. Can you thumbs up? How to start? I wish I knew sign language or something. Like, go ahead. Go ahead. Keep it. I'm so far from that camera. Hold on. You want to do it? Oh, you know what? Write it on a piece of paper. Hold on. Well, this is fun. Hold on. I can't. Yeah, just pick Geo. Backwards. Hold on. Oh, right. I don't think she saw it. Hold it up again.
Yeah.
go. She
There is no
wants you to-
chat.
She wants you to go.
To start.
To start.
Okay, when she holds that up, that
And
means
put thumbs up.
okay, there's nothing, that's just a plain piece of paper. So when she holds a plain piece of paper up, I just start.
Oh, she can't. Just, yes. Just go ahead.
That's fine. So once she holds that up, so like at 9:50, once I see that paper go up, then I can go ahead and enter.
No, you can start. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I said. When the white paper goes up, I'll go ahead and introduce myself and get started.
Oh, so put the white paper up again. Well, here we go.
Okay, but we've got 3 minutes to go. So do we start now, or do you want me to?
You can start now. Thank you. You can start.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hi, I'm Tara Britt, and we are here today to talk about RDAC, or the Rare Disease Advisory Council. And one size doesn't fit all, depending on the state that you go into. My history with this is that in North Carolina, where I live, a patient advocate named Sharon King, her daughter had back disease, and she contacted a legislator and said, look, we've got to do more for all rare diseases. This is so important. Like, I'm obviously concerned about my daughters, but I'm concerned about everyone that is going down the same path with rare disease and dealing with it. And so she contacted me. We worked together because she was going to UNC at the time when I was working there. And we thought, oh, well, let's have a legislative breakfast. So she contacted one of her legislators in her district. We met with her. We had a legislative breakfast where we had a large turnout in terms of talking to the legislators about forming a rare disease advisory council and the importance of that. And the importance of actually economic development in the states where we develop these RDACs. That is also very, very important. And also the economic impact of a parent or a sibling or someone in the family who can't work to take care of another person in the family that is living with the rare disease. So there is a lot of, there's a lot to this, not just, the one family. It really affects the whole community. So Sharon and I wrote the legislation, and in 2015, it passed within 4 months unanimously. We had our first meeting in 2016. And can you put the slides up, Jocelyn? Okay. So why have a rare disease advisory council? So there's a lot of reasons for this. It provides a structured mechanism for increased collaboration. You can leverage your state's assets if you do this legislatively and you form a rare disease council within the state. That's just the mechanism for collaboration. Like, for example, I recommend that most everybody partner or either collaborate with their bios within their state. That's also very important. And it primes the rare disease community to leverage and benefit from existing resources that are in the state that they may not know about. Resources are like one of the top things every rare disease family and patient talks about. How do we know where to get these resources? Hopefully, as developing these RDACs, as founder and president of Rare Disease Innovations Institute, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to help these states leverage these resources. And then it also provides the state with the patient voice in the government. That is super important. So when rare disease families feel like they're not being heard, this is a mechanism for their voice to be heard. And, working with these different states, I like to tell them, look, newborn screening, that is one of the most effective things you can start concentrating on, because we all know that saves lives. And then also one of the other critical areas is access and patient market access. And we do partner with other organizations with newborn screening as well as access. So that's also another good reason to start an RDAC is the collaboration process, like I mentioned before. And for us, the tips for successful counsel, you should always address the patient's needs. Patient needs always come first. Ensure the counsel is fair and equal representation of your state's rare disease community and stakeholders. So in North Carolina, the way we did this originally is we took folks from UNC and from Duke. However, when we hold meetings, we have 7 people on our council. It's hard for me to get 7 really busy people together, even on a quarterly basis, but that's okay. We have really great participation from all of our members, but we normally have about 35 to 40 people who attend our meetings. This is your network that you're building within each state. This is what RDI wants each state to focus on, how you build out your rare disease network. That I can't tell you is just so important. It's important when you go through and want to propose other legislation, then you have supporters there. And I'm talking about supporters from industry, from patient organizations, from the patient community, all the way around. It is a real ecosystem you can create within your state. And I feel like we've done this pretty well in North Carolina, but I think like you'll hear from these folks in Washington State coming up soon. I think each and every state, we've got different tools we're using and the landscapes look a little different. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And that's why it's so important to, you have open meetings, you let the community know that you're having these meetings, and to always start out or within the first half of your meeting, have a patient advocate to come in and tell their personal story. That lets the council know, wow, you always know why you're there, but there's nothing like that personal story. I'll tell you, like what I said, we've been in existence since 2016. And we had a virtual meeting. It was actually a working group meeting, council meeting a couple of months ago. And in that meeting, we had a father come and talk from Charlotte, North Carolina, and his son Henry has spinal muscular atrophy. And the whole conversation, we barely got to our other agenda meeting items because everybody on the council was very interested, the clinicians, the researcher, in his journey to get testing, to get treatment. It turned into a different agenda, which we love. This is why it's so powerful. It turned into an agenda on, oh my gosh, diagnostics. Why are we not using diagnostics more progressively? Anyway, I just want to tell you, that's the power of the patient voice in your meetings as well as the legislation that you can put forward. The RDACs are more like a vehicle to me as well, to get the legislation done and policy, because we all know the most effective way change can be made is through policy. So this is why we feel like it's such an important vehicle for newborn screening and also access for patients. So I mentioned earlier, work with the state bio folks. Be selective on your council leadership and your members. I chose a person for our council chair who really was not even in the rare disease field, because I wanted to make sure he was a surgeon and he was clinical, but I wanted to make sure, obviously, so I wanted to make sure that we stayed somebody neutral. He had treated patients in the rare disease, but that was not his primary focus. So I wanted to make sure we stayed very broad and we looked at all the different disease, from rare disease to ultra rare disease. There's not one that's any less important than the other. Then develop a plan of action. So what RDII does is we work with the states at a grassroots level, and we don't create RDII councils. The states, such as Washington State, they're creating their own council. We just give them the tools. We help write the legislation and give them the tools with partnerships and collaborations, like with Every Life Foundation and with industry on newborn screening, like RAP, the Rare Access Action Project on access. So we partner with these organizations that also bring in this legislation that are very well suited to do this. They're the leaders with this. And I do suggest also that you don't request funding the initial year. I'm not saying you can do it. Obviously, you do it. We have gotten funding in some years, but it depends on your state. So we just have to look at that and gauge it within your state, if that's the most effective thing to do to get the council through initially, and then maybe ask for funding later. And then I have found through asking through further legislation this year through North Carolina and asking for appointments to be extended, it takes a while for these folks on the council to jail. I mean, we had a great meeting, and everybody on ours tended to do really well. I'm not saying we have gotten a little stale in North Carolina. So what we've done is we've had breakout groups. We formed task force to like write a newborn screening paper that is on our website for anyone to look at if they wanted to. The North Carolina Rare Disease Network org.site, resources for a 30-page white paper that when we were asking for other indications to be added to our newborn screening panel, the 30-page white paper actually went to the governor's office in support of that, and we did get funding for those indications. But we've got the resources out there, and hopefully we'll have a lot more resources in the future to broaden, to really gauge this and broaden this. But I want to have some more meaningful conversations, and I want to tell you really quickly before I do that, the results is, you know, like I said, building collaborations between the clinicians and researchers, not just in the state, but across the US. RDACs are very vital for this. I connect people continuously from not just North Carolina, but it's amazing within your own state how a lot of the clinicians and researchers don't know one another and they don't realize they're in the space. So this provides a great vehicle to do that as well. And soliciting feedback from your very rural areas to your urban areas. It's very, you know, healthcare is very, very different in our rural areas than you know, those that are closest to Duke or UNC or a major medical institution. And I wanted to say feedback is mandatory. And Carolina and Max, who are in Washington State, they'll tell you a little bit more about efforts with a rare disease coalition that they formed. And then taking your recommendations back to the council to advise legislators and your Department of Health and Human Services. I mean, this is just really key to take this feedback, because these are the constituents of these legislators, and it's important they understand the feedback from all across their state. And with that, I would like to introduce a group I'm working with out of Washington State who are going to far exceed what I've seen anybody do with the RDAC so far, just because of their preparatory work and their connections and what they've already done, which is so amazing. Carolina Summer with Born a Hero Foundation, and then we have Max Brown, and so they're part of this coalition. So Carolina and Max, I want to turn it over to you, and can you let everyone know, like, how did this first start? When did you first decide you wanted to, maybe tell a little bit of your story, Carolina, and then how you progressed to this point?
Yeah. First of all, I guess it's important for me to say that I'm a rare disease mom to an amazing, smart, and awesome daughter. She told me to say this, so but she is a really kid. She prepped me. So because of her, I started Born a Hero Research Foundation, and now we study 20 rare genetic bone disorders. And that's kind of what led us to this process of the Washington RDAC. But it really started for us with the Seattle Rare Disease Fair that we host. And really what kind of our goal with that was to bring our community together and to, you know, amplify the voices of rare disease patients. And along the way we partnered. And I just want to say that our motivation is always to bring people together, and that collaboration accelerates research. So through everything that we've done, it's all about collaboration. I think that's how really we have grown. And so, yeah, so with the fair, our first collaboration was we partner with Seattle Children's Research Institute. And that has been a great partnership, and we work really close with the institution and the hospital. But yeah, so we sort of just brought our community together, and then researchers came in, and sort of all stakeholders involved in rare disease research, industry. We brought in legislators and institutions, and so that's really where it started. And within 2 fairs, we had over 60 rare diseases represented and over 40 organizations. And so that's really how the start of the coalition organically led us to the start of the Northwest Rare Disease Coalition. And even that has been a collaboration. It's been really, it was founded by Max and Joshua and myself. Max deals with all things policy, and Joshua deals with all things industry, and I deal with all things like advocacy and patients. And so even kind of, the leaders of this coalition are, you know, we're all a collaboration too. So, and then, so in the coalition is where the Washington RDAC lives, or will live. And we have a bunch of other programs in this coalition. But I think, like Tara was saying, the RDAC is so foundational in everything that we do. It's just, it kind of brings that community together, and it's kind of the big foundation here. And how we the process of how we approach this is that we didn't really want to reinvent the wheel. And we collaborated and talked with a lot of RDAC leaders nationally. And that's how we met Tara, and we were just so inspired by her work, and we were just like, how does this woman do this? Like, she's amazing. So we've been, you know, really close contact with North Carolina RDAC and Tara and Tara and RDII, and Tara has been, you know, just so supportive and helpful throughout the whole process, and writing our language and connecting. And so really now reinventing and collaborating with other RDAC leaders, and reading the reports, and, you know, doing your homework of what worked, what didn't work, you know, you don't want to reinvent things. And anyway, so our RDAC lives, and the coalition lives under Born a Hero, and soon it will be its own 501c4 organization. And the reason we did it this way, which is a little different, is because we wanted more freedom to be able to do what we wanted. And we really, before we started moving forward with the RDAC, we really started building the team. Just of top and diversity of stakeholders in rare disease research. So we've been just working really on so we build first the patients, right, and the community. We brought the community, and now we're bringing together these stakeholders and building our relationships with Department of Health. You know, we always keep everyone engaged, and like Department of Health has helped us with the language, like, hey, here's what we have so far with RDAC language. How do you feel about this? And so they give us their feedback, and we try to be very inclusive and collaborative with everyone so that we're all on the same page. And with Seattle Children's, University of Washington, industry, Life Science Washington, we really try to lift each other up, and so anyways, that's kind of how this started. So I'm going to pass it over to Max, though, so he can talk about, Max, two things, sort of the relationships we've built with legislators, and the value of the collaboration for our legislators, I think, is really important, the value that they have found in this. And two, if you could talk about sort of, how we're doing these regional roundtables all over our state. And this is actually going to help us as we reach out to we have some data before we reach out to legislators and before session in regards to the Washington RDAC and the RESP parity bill. So I'll let you talk about those two things, Max, to take over. That's okay.
Sure. Happy to do that. And thanks again, everyone, for the invitation to be here. So in terms of identifying our legislative champions to kind of carry a lot of the work on the RDAC bill in Washington State. I think, Carolina, to your earlier point about not reinventing the wheel, I think we took that approach here too. We did have a number of legislators in Washington who previously had been leading on other bills that had done things like expanding Medicaid coverage to rare disease patients. So we sort of, took some time to do some cartography of the history of rare disease legislation in Washington State, and understand, who were the champions that had, really picked up and run with some of those items, and started there in our initial conversations around both the RDAC bill and, as Carolina mentioned, a bill to bring Washington State's newborn screening panel up to parity with the national RESP list as well. So, and it's actually had been the case in 2019 in Washington State, a legislative item that had sought to expand Medicaid coverage to rare disease patients actually failed because the state healthcare authority, our Medicaid authority, refused to score the bill. So it didn't move in committee because the legislature basically said, we don't know how much this will cost because we literally cannot count the number of rare disease patients in Washington state. So the status quo that we're fighting against in Washington is any legislative item that would have a fiscal note or would incur some, Medicaid cost won't be successful because our state doesn't have kind of these foundational resources to understand and kind of articulate that cost. So that's kind of, as we're making the case to legislators, that's kind of at the heart of that conversation, is saying, hey, we have an unacceptable status quo in Washington state, and rare disease patients, Tara, to your point earlier about, policy being kind of like the most structural important change that you can make. Rare disease patients, can't be helped by the state of Washington if we don't have the tools to kind of talk about that change or to enact that change through law, which has been pretty successful. So I would say for other states who are kind of starting on their journey, maybe thinking about forming an RDAC, that's the most important thing you can do, is kind of take a step back and do some cartography of the landscape and see kind of who in the legislature has already championed on these issues, and kind of what are the big barriers in access or progress for rare patients in your state, and really start there with that kind of central concern, focusing again on the patients as you're starting to make the case. So that's kind of how we began the process. And Caroline, you've referenced this, and Tara, you've referenced the survey work that's ongoing. So when we go to our legislators, we want to have a pretty detailed, I think the storytelling element first and foremost is really important. So having a qualitative conversation around kind of what is the journey for a rare disease patient, and what are the obstacles they face. But now, as we're looking at doing the survey in Washington too, we also are trying to build out that quantitative side of the picture and saying, okay, here's how many folks are impacted. Here's what the cost might look like on a more aggregate basis, and here's how the state of Washington could be a partner in those solutions, finding those solutions. I think it's the case in Washington state, and I'm probably sure in a lot of other states, that our healthcare system is still very fragmented and siloed, and lawmakers are trying to figure out how to, deal with a delivery ecosystem that doesn't work well, still, especially in the context of the pandemic. And so, having an organization and an institution like the Rare Disease Advisory Council that's working to bring stakeholders together, sort of across functionalities to solve pressing challenges in the state on a healthcare basis, has a profound impact, I think, in terms of legislators wanting to move our healthcare system forward writ large. You can sort of talk about, addressing the needs of rare disease patients as helpful in that broader ecosystem of, evolving our, state's healthcare delivery system to be more attentive to the needs of all patients too. So I think that's all been pretty effective in our conversations that we've had so far.
Thanks, Max. That sounds really good. And I think it's so important. I work with legislators in a lot of these states, and I think it's so important the way that Washington State has approached this is kind of, this is a new model that RDI has tried, but it's already working there because they've already done all of this work. So it's really based on the work they had already done in Washington State, with bringing in key leaders, like we said, in access, because the data that they collect in this coalition, for the rural, we're calling it the Rural Rare Disease Community Project, and we're launching first in Washington State, and then we're launching, Crystal Davis is in charge of launching it in Texas, and then we hope to go all over the U.S. I'm hoping to do the same thing in North Carolina and all of these other states, initially with RDACs. So I think that's so important, because this is data that can go to your legislators. I mean, it's not like, oh, this is just some number out of a book or something. This is like real life data that we're getting back about the challenges that folks have in the different areas of the state. And I also wanted to talk about really quickly, and this is so important, and it's becoming more and more important. There are RDACs that have already been created, but yet I'm working maybe 3 to 4, that they don't know what to do. Oh, I've got this created, now where do we go? So RDI's, we have developed an implementation plan. A lot of that is based on my work with Washington State, which a lot of this has just turned out to be based on the Washington State work, but it's working. I can see it working very effectively here. It makes sense with the steps they're taking. And then the Seattle Children's Fair, I just want to give that a shout out, because it's the most amazing it's just an incredible conference. I mean, and you get so much out of it. It's really kind of life-changing. So anyway, I wanted to talk about that as well, because it's not just important to launch a council, it's important to make sure they are sustainable and successful. And I say this all the time, those two words, and people are so sick of hearing them, I'm sure, but it is important. And I had another state contact me this week, and they said, look, we've had 2 meetings. We don't know what to do. Where do we? So I'm addressing, like I said, working with several states on the councils that have been developed, but they don't really know where to go. So we're working on getting those up and going and very sustainable so that they can serve the rare disease community in their states. Because it's not enough just to create a council, but in order, you've got to have, like, for example, the newborn screening and the access. That is just so important. And this is where collaborations, I can't even talk enough about collaborations in this field. Carolina mentioned it earlier about, that's why she and Josh and Max, I call them the trifecta. They're just, they've got different areas they specialize in, but when you bring this together, it really works. I couldn't do what I do at RDII or with council work without industry, without the patient organizations. I'm going to keep bringing this up because it is so important that we all are working together to support rare diseases treatments getting, for rare diseases coming up, more effectively and more timely. So it takes a collaboration, and I just wanted to tell you at the state level, and then in order to make changes at the federal level, it's so important to have the state leaders like Carolina and Max in Washington State and those in these other states. It is so important for those people to come together as well. To say, look, we need federal legislation for this. We found all of these inconsistencies within our state. We found all these challenges within our state. Here's what we share. Here's the top 3. How do we really, go in and not just change state legislation, but enact federal legislation for all good? And I think that's really important. And I just wanted to bring that up. Carolina and Max, did you want to, I thought it would be a great idea would you like to tell them when the Seattle Children's Fair is? I just wanted to give that a push.
Yeah, it's May 13th and May 14th, or May 13th and 14th.
Perfect. And where do they go to get more information about that?
Yeah, so you can go to www.rarediseasefair.com. So there's a website.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to, can somebody put it in the chat? I'm trying to, oh, maybe I don't have access to it. I don't
think there's a chat.
Okay, it's rarediseasefair.com, and you can register there. So, and we really, we'll talk about the RDAC and sort of the roundtables and just sort of, like, again, we bring all stakeholders. There's a lot of industry, and then we have a patient portion of it of, how, like you were saying, Tara, how we're trying to empower our patients to, like, how can you turn stories into meaningful impact? So there's so many ways that you can do that. So, so we do try to do a lot of actionable items to help us move forward and to empower our patients. And Tara, I just want to say, like, you're a rock star, and if anybody needs help with RDAC stuff and with knowing people, Tara knows everybody.
Thank you. But the work you all are,
your collaboration, and like, she has put us in touch with everybody, and she takes on everything that we're like, let's do this, and she's like, yes, let's do this, and so it's just been so wonderful, Tara, to work with you, and it's been an example of an amazing collaboration, working with you. So
and working with you all too, and also bringing in people like I mentioned before. The companies are a lot of the companies we work with are very interested in newborn screening. And then you have Every Life, who has been instrumental. They were instrumental with us in North Carolina this past year on getting a time limit with indications added. So if you have new indications adding on, to your newborn screening panel within your state, this gives you a time limit that they have to be implemented. And I think, working with the state lab, like, they have representation on their council for their state lab, their state lab folks. And I think that is so important, because I know just from working with the North Carolina Council, I really stay in contact with DHHS, the Secretary of Health, and the state lab director. I just think it's really important they hear from the community and what's going on in the community and like what we need to add next. And so I just appreciate everybody's efforts in all of the states where you're either launching an RDAC or you're trying to make yours more sustainable. And obviously we're here to help. But anyway, watch Washington State. This is going to be this is going to be the new and up and coming model, in my opinion, that's really working already. And it's obviously due to the 3 people that are behind it. And Joshua's not here today, but he's also a very important part of Max and Carolina's circle.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that I remember one time we were talking to our legislators and sharing our story and just talking about, you know, we're bringing all the stakeholders and we're doing this collaboration, and she like broke into tears like during, we're like, wow, like she's like, I've been, you know, I mean, I feel like the legislators have been so excited about this, and Max has done such an amazing job. Like we are always talking with our legislators and sharing, like you were saying, Tara, like the stories have been like, you know, there's just times where they're like, oh my gosh, now this makes sense, you know, like I can, you know, this is tangible information now that I, you know, when you're telling the story that they can relate to. And so it has, like you said, been really powerful to have, you know, patients share their stories and to have, I don't know, they're just excited. They're like, you're kind of laying out this work with the RDAC. And so I don't know, it's just been, it's just a powerful tool, and they love seeing the collaboration of stakeholders. So the RDAC has been a hit. So anyway, so I don't know, Max, if you want to add anything to our legislative, like the, you know, how they found value in their collaboration, but
yeah, I mean, I think our legislators are looking for solutions, right? And looking for groups and organizations and collaborations that are helping to improve healthcare outcomes for patients in Washington State. I mean, they want to be part of that solutions finding process. And that's why many of them got into the business in the first place, is to help people and solve problems. And so, you know, the more that you can be an asset in that work and helping bring those stakeholders to the table that might not be present otherwise, you know, that's a value add and something that legislators themselves are looking for too.
Absolutely. And also, I think, you know, people find it, they're like, oh, you collaborate with us. I said, look, we're not RDI is a grassroots organization, and we are all about education, policy, and data. That's what we're focused on. I wish I knew more about access, because honestly, there's probably 2 or 3 states where they've like Crystal Davis in Texas, Kelly Maynard in Ohio, and Jen McNary in Massachusetts. There's very few states that have a great a person that knows so much about access that they can really take the bull by the horn. So that's why we partner with groups like the Rare Access Action Project with Mike Egan's group. They're the leaders in this field with access, and it's important to bring these people in collaboration, because this is what they do. And so things,
yeah, and I think Tara, like, I think you're right on with like the education part. I think, you know, Tara's been pushing for education with cell and gene therapy and pushing with, you know, education on RDACs, education. I mean, I feel like that is where a lot of the gaps are, you know, just educating our legislators on these best practices and what is happening. And we've, you know, like you're doing that with the legislative breakfast, and I think that's it, right? It's just a lot of it, this information is not out there. It's just, and the more we do it, the more we're like, okay, they don't know about this stuff, right? Like and so I think that is where the gap is, you know, between, you know, I think the education part is one of the big gaps. So it's been interesting to see that too, I think.
And I agree. And I'll close by saying one of the most powerful things, besides every, you know, on a daily basis that happens in the rare disease world, but was for one of our champion legislators to tell me, it was been over a year ago. She said, never have we had such great return on any legislation that we've developed in terms of a council or a group with little to no, you know, little investment. Never have we had a greater return than the Rare Disease Advisory Council. So you want it to be a win with your legislators as well. I mean, because this is it's a win for the rare disease community if it be a win, you know, at the legislature. So I invite anybody who's thinking about it, please reach out. I'm happy to help you. And otherwise, Jocelyn, do you want me to turn it back over to you?
I hope you can you now? No. Whoa. Here we go again. So I don't have a chat function, but here, I don't know, do you think our audience can hear us? I'm from next. Hold on, guys.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
You guys can't hear. And our chat function, unfortunately, is.
It's cutting off.
Okay, well, I guess I want to say thank you to you guys. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but you want to try something? Don't you love these live events? No. We did originally only plan, or Jocelyn originally only to be in person. So last minute, we had quite a few who traveled because of virus, and so kind of a wrench.
That's okay. Thank y'all so much. Thanks to you, Jocelyn, and all your group for putting on such a great conference.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Leaving. Yeah. And she can't see me, so she keeps thinking. She can see you. You're on camera, Jocelyn. Can you hear me now?
That's better.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, that is better.
Huh? Did you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're better now.
No, they didn't hear us.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, it's better. Ah, well, it was the microphone. Well, I want to say thank you guys for that discussion. All of everything you said is very important, and the collaboration is key. I love that you're working together, and really, we will be watching out for the state of Washington to see to come next. And thank you all. Tara, I think we'll back here in just a little bit. In our audience was Wave, you guys. So thank you. And also we did have a chance because of all these difficulties to really get your slides up. There will be a PDF version of the slides as well. So, Tara, if anyone wants, I'll be reaching out to you as well. If they have any questions, everyone here knows where to find you. So thank you guys, all of you, and we'll see you in a bit.
Thanks, Jocelyn. Right. Thanks, Carolina. Thanks, Max.
Thanks, Tara. Bye.
There's your Zoom. Yep.
Oh.
There you are.
And then I don't know. Share screen.
And get her slides up. Yeah.
PowerPoint does, just letting you know, it's the way the program is written. If you're in presenter mode and you exit out of it, it does sometimes change the computer's videos, display settings.
Oh, always fun.
It's a PowerPoint issue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Those are your slides.
Yeah, if that happens again, then you can just go into the settings and change the display to extend to duplicate. Okay.
Perfect. Okay, so we're ready. We've got this all sorted out, and we now have Famita's slides up there. So I'm going to bring her back and let her present.
Thank you. Is it just down buttons before I destroy any other piece of technology today?
I know, right? Is this oh gosh, where did our tip guy go?
I think it's just down. I think it's advanced.
I think so.
All right, we'll give it a shot. Well, good
I'll
morning.
check while you start.
Nice to see some of you back today. I'm going to just do a little presentation on generating evidence and what does real world data really mean. So I think I mentioned a little bit about Pulse yesterday. We've been around for about a decade, and our head office is in Canada. We've been working globally for the last 10 years, actually, in 10 European countries, as well as North America. I found the little advanced, but yeah. Oh, do you want to do that for me? Oh, the PC, so it's.
So this.
Okay, perfect. There we go. We're also in the US. So our US offices are in Boston, and our whole ethos has been to work with different stakeholders, which I'll talk a little bit more about. But this isn't really about Pulse. It's about a few questions that we thought we'd put together about how to consider real world data, et cetera. Our vision has always been to really look at data based on what you actually are going to do with the data, as opposed to just collecting data and not knowing what you're going to do with it. And I know that's an interesting concept because there seems to be a data grab, but I kind of liken it to, you know, I'm a foodie, so I like to go shopping, but I don't usually like to pick up ingredients that I'm not going to be able to use. And I think collecting data is very much the same. You can fill a whole bunch of data in the basket, but if you don't actually know what you're going to do with it, a lot of it is wasted. And so part of what, you know, we have to really think about collectively as a community is what are the types of data we need, what are the endpoints, but also what are the regulatory standards that need to be adhered to. We know that the rare disease population are global. They're not sitting in a single country just waiting for us. So GDPR compliance, which people talk about, but do we really understand what that means when it comes to the movement of data? I was really thrilled to see that the FDA finally came out with some guidance around, you know, OMOP and data structuring. And essentially, you know, what that means is taking data and being able to structure it to a regulatory grade standard. If I could just ask there, if people are talking in the room, this is being zoomed through, which means there's a lot of background noise that people are listening to. All right, I'll continue then. So our solution is really either virtual or site-based, because we have to go to where the patient is and not bring the patient to a place. It's really about understanding, you know, the days of bringing patients to a hospital, the days of bringing patients to a clinic, we've had to adapt, particularly with COVID. And so really being, you know, I think understanding of patients' needs and being able to go to where they are, either in a site-based or a siteless model, is also important. So the first question is, you know, what does generating evidence and real world data really mean? Because we hear about RWD all the time. And the questions that we wanted to discuss at a high level today are, you know, how do you generate real world data and evidence in support of your initiative? What data types and structure are required? And then what is the important role of patients in evidence generation? When I trained, you know, I'd say a few decades ago, evidence generation was really predicated on doing clinical trials, and the get evidence, or the way we thought we could get evidence, was to do randomized controlled trials. I think there's been a tremendous amount of evolution since then, so that we think about evidence in different ways. And to better illustrate that, I have a diagram here that I did not create, but have taken from the textbooks of how to generate evidence. So in a traditional model, we have our randomized controlled trials. When you pool all of those randomized controlled trials together, we're doing systematic reviews. You can't do a lot of systematic reviews in the rare disease space because we don't have tens of thousands of patients. A lot of systematic reviews came to bear because there were large cardiovascular trials, et cetera, that we were looking at, and we were able to pool those results. But as we know, in the rare disease community, you're often looking at N of ones. Every single patient is distinct, and they have some things that are common, but many things that are not common. So again, we're sort of sitting at a level 1B. But then there's all of these other data, the individual cohort studies, the observational data, and that's really where the greatest opportunity is for us as a community. The real world data that comes from registries that we build, from looking at existing data sources, from being able to pool those data so that we can create really nice longitudinal cohorts that we can further interrogate and understand, because we know in real life it's really hard to do randomized controlled trials. And where we have focused as a company is really in the level 2B, 2C, and 3B. In other words, really looking at identifying existing data sources and being able to look at patients who are either post-clinical trial and sometimes pre-clinical trial, where you need to understand how best to characterize the natural history. This is a slide that our team developed that I think really nicely articulates the fact that real world data doesn't start at the end, it starts at the beginning. Even in a preclinical space, we're looking to really understand the natural history. And we know that in every single population, I think this has been articulated well over the last day, every patient is different. Their journey, the stacks of paper that their family collect, have some signal that are very similar, but every story is slightly different. But we can't build a new therapy for every single patient. So the best we can do is really understand the natural history of these patients and then build a cohort. And that starts well in advance of designing a clinical trial. The mistake I think that most of us have made throughout our careers is to focus on collecting data after a trial is in play, after a phase 3 study. And by that time, frankly, it's too late, because when you see failure in therapy, and we've seen a lot of these failures in rare diseases and in oncology, it's because we haven't really truly understood that patients actually change over time. A good example is a disease like Angelman's, right? So in the Angelman's population, and I'm not an expert in Angelman's, but you see that, how the disease manifests in somebody who's from 0 to 5 years of age versus a young adolescent versus an adult is very different. And yet we think that the therapeutic options are going to work throughout that continuum. That's not likely. And so if you're just focusing on a single cohort in a particular age group, we're not necessarily going to be able to understand how we're going to be able to treat that evolution of disease. So what I'm really saying is, to best understand an evolution of disease, we need to really think about collecting natural history. Natural history comes directly from the patient as well as from the clinical records. And the more, I think, disciplined we are about doing that, the better we will get at getting drugs to market. Okay, so evidence generation is really a journey in short form. So we also know that real world data and getting quality real world data is complex. There are lots of data sources: claims data, electronic health records data, registries, genomics, etc. Just putting all the data together, again, in a basket without really understanding what we're doing with it is also problematic. So I always think we need to lead with science, because if you're not leading with science, then what is it you're doing? Because anybody can scrape data and put it together, but you need to know what you're doing with it. You need to have, I think, the expertise and input from not just scientists, but from patients and their lived experience, as well as the sponsors, the companies who are building some of these therapies, because everybody has a specific interest in different endpoints. We know that real world data hasn't lived up to its potential. If it had, we wouldn't be sitting here together. We would have solved every problem there ever was. The quality of data is sometimes low. We know that because it depends on where it comes from. Much data, particularly in the rare disease population, is unstructured. It's not tidily bundled in a nice little structured format in an electronic health record. We're going through clinical notes, finding information, and often those notes are very inconsistent. A clinician at one hospital is not going to document a disease exactly the same way in a different disease. And so being able to think about those data and locking it down to a platform in advance is really one way for us to force the standardization of data across and within a disease. Sometimes it's very narrow, again, depending upon the data source. We know that there are all kinds of data pockets everywhere, but they're siloed. They don't talk to one another. Just like as we've heard, collaborators don't talk to one another. People don't publish because they want to be first to publish. And I'll certainly provide some examples there. And then when we do this, it's all very inefficient for all of us, but most importantly for patients. So what is the value, of a global evidence generation platform? We know that patients are not, again, in a single country. Yesterday, we heard a really good example of the last speaker who talked about the fact that, they were able to recruit patients in Africa, in part because many of the patients around the world don't have opportunities to participate in clinical trials. And so I think as we look at breaking down the paradigm or changing the paradigm where we focus on just picking large amounts of data from electronic health records and claims, I wonder if somebody's trying to get in. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. But anyway, it's all interesting here. Every day is a moving target on this stand. So anyway, let's think about the different data sources and how we think about bringing them in. On the left side, I show you the traditional way we've worked. Even when I started my career, we were collecting one disease at a time. And one disease at a time is hardly efficient because when you start to look at adjacent diseases, let's just pick cancer as an example. Cancer is really big. I started in melanoma, we were collecting melanoma data, and then we wanted to do lung cancer. But you know what we realized in working with the Office of Rare Disease and Yaffa Rubenstein and the team there, it was clear that we needed a platform. We needed to think about the commonalities across all diseases. Everything as simple as demographics, but also the characterization of cancer at a metadata level, there are a lot of similarities. So why are we not looking across? And so what we did was really, I think, try to be thoughtful around harmonizing a core data dictionary in each disease, but most importantly, adding then the very specific data for each of those diseases, but ultimately being able to have all of these registries and real-world data initiatives in a single platform. Why is that important? Look at the similarities and differences amongst diseases. Most of us actually don't know. There are so many conditions like CDKL5, Rets, and others where there are common symptoms, where there are common data variables. But how will you ever know what the commonalities are, including some of the genotyping, if we don't have data in an environment where we can truly interrogate it and understand? And the interrogation is not just to publish papers. The interrogation is so that we're much more facile around the drug development and being able to target the types of drugs that we need to treat these patients. So here's the second question I wanted to address. What data types and structure are needed in support of your research? So coming from academia originally, if you ever ask an academic, and some of you may identify with this, what data do you want to collect? What's the obvious answer? Everything you can find. What are you going to do with it? I have no idea, but I know that I want it. Want and gain are two different concepts altogether. So, I suggest that we really think about the endpoints that are important, the information that's going to bring value. And you're right, we don't know everything getting out of the gate, but we do know that we can't afford to collect everything. And if you have so much noise, which is really what a lot of data is, noise, how are you ever going to find the signal? It's going to be very difficult. So think about this picture, right? Where you've got common diseases or other diseases, you're all in the same house. That's your infrastructure, that's your foundation. Everybody has their own room, and you can, through secure access and permissions and patient consents, start to look across data. That really is the vision that I want you to think about, and how do we get there? Again, looking at everything in a modular way, which is the way we've thought about it, is, look, not everybody needs everything on day one. And what that means is, we may want to start with a patient portal. We may want to have a contact database, or we may want to start with natural history, or whatever it is. But you don't want to ask people to continue to invest in technology and to continue to invest in different solutions if you can build in a modular way. So again, I think we need to be really efficient as a community and make sure that we're, utilizing all of our different collaborations to have API talk to one another, or to have systems that ultimately can scale as the community's needs scale. And what does that mean? It means that you may have a very small rare disease community that only needs some data for natural history. Over time, they want to do clinical work, and over time, they want to be able to do research, or the sponsors or the KOLs want to be able to do research. Being able to scale is really important. And again, making sure that you don't have to keep reinvesting in the technology. So again, real world data really has to think about the questions that are being asked first. Who are the right patients? Are we measuring the right things? Do we even have the endpoints? Do we need new patient reported outcome measures because they don't even exist? And so all of this are, these are the types of questions that we should be asking ourselves before we undergo to start to collect a lot of data just for the heck of it. Okay. We also need to realize that there are existing data sources, so I'm not suggesting we turn away from them because we absolutely need them. But then we have to think about novel data, data that comes from patients, data that comes from registries, and clinician generated data. The trick is being able to harmonize the data, bring it into a single environment, and link it so we're not duplicating patients, but we're able to leverage different data sources and ultimately link them together. And then look at the evidence use cases that we can use the data against. So some of the work we're currently doing actually intersects all of the areas that I've shown you, using data that has a purpose, right? Can we better characterize the epidemiology of a disease? Can we understand the burden of disease? Can we look at how to use data to provide benchmarking so that clinical sites are actually learning from one another? And it's not just about publication, because patients, I would posit, don't necessarily care if we publish in the New England Journal or JAMA. They really care that the data that we're collecting is ultimately going to be useful for them and to accelerate treatment. We've got to harmonize the data. We've got so much data that comes from so many different areas, and we have to think about how do you bring it together. Harmonization is not just plunking it in the same, basket or bucket. It's about understanding that the variability in how we measure some of the data elements across the world. So, in some countries we use SI units, in others we don't. We need to understand the ranges of lab values. All of this is complex science. It's not just technology. It's the scientific understanding of some of the data we're collecting, and ultimately harmonization and normalization is a science. It's not an art, and it's not just technology smushing data together. I noted that the FDA finally has come out and talked about the importance of standardization of data, and that really means that you're using an OMOP type standard. In other words, that you're using things like ICD codes, SNOMED codes, etc., but that we're all characterizing the data the same way. Otherwise, we're going to get a lot of lost information, but most importantly, erroneous results if we don't truly understand what we're collecting in a format that the regulators will accept. Because from OMOP, you can move your data into CDISC, which again becomes really important if we're looking at comparator controls and arms where we don't have to do randomized controlled trials because we just don't have the luxury to do that. So, and this is just a single illustration where you've got different EHRs and different systems providing you with this one simple thing called serum albumin. But look at how every system measures it. It's characterized differently, it's labeled differently, etc. The trick is now to take all of these data and have a standard or concept code, which is really what an ontology is, and then being able to harmonize what we're collecting so that we can apply it more broadly. I think I'll skip this, but it's really to show that you do have to be able to bring in data from multiple sources, clean them, curate them, match them, and use them. So, question 3, the important role of patients in evidence generation and how to keep patients engaged. So we all get very excited recruiting patients for our trials or registries, etc. But getting somebody in the door and explaining to them the value of the study is just step one. You know, in all the years and the decades really that I've been doing research, I remember early on when we were collecting quality of life data, first of all, people didn't believe that quality of life was a real outcome. It was some kind of soft science, some of you may remember. And the quality adjusted life years finally came to bear. Andreas Lapakis made a really interesting statement, which is a quality is not a quality is not a quality, because we were all measuring qualities differently. And then what happened is that we spent a lot of time collecting data from patients, taking. What were we ever giving patients back? You know, certainly people feel that if you give patients a token for their time, or, you know, you give them a gift card, that you're valuing them. And I would posit that that is not what patients are looking for. Even though that's an important consideration, really keeping patients engaged and making patients part of this community, because patient centricity is not just about collecting data from patients and having them attached to a technology. It's about engaging with them, truly learning from them what works and what doesn't, collecting the types of elements and data points and quality of life that are meaningful to them, their preferences, giving them dashboards so that they can actually see how they're doing. Engagement is truly engagement. It's not about just come in the door, give us stuff, and boy, we're just going to send you a message every 3 months and hope that you keep giving us data. So let's think about that. You know, there tends to be a tendency just to take and not give, and the give is not just about money. It's about how do we truly learn and continue to learn. Data collection is not always prospective. In the rare disease community, we don't have the luxury again of just starting from a de novo baseline of 0 and moving forward. We need to be creative, look at single protocols and an ambidextrous approach. In other words, let's learn from the past. There are lots of records, there are lots of other data sources. Before we waste people's time collecting data and entering data, especially patients, let's learn more. And ultimately, we're very keen to provide dashboards and analytics directly to patients so that they can see where they are in the continuum and also see where other people are and where are these other patients in the rest of the world. So the collective voice, the patient's voice, really important. I'm just giving you a couple of examples here of, you know, the types of work that we've done. This is in the National Kidney Foundation for CKD, and now Alport syndrome, which is a rare disease, where patients can go on and click on a video and see their peers talk to them about the value of a registry or the value of providing data and what it means. We use a lot of text. Our consent forms look like legal documents that nobody can understand. We need to start to move towards providing information that addresses health literacy challenges. Most of us don't understand what's in a consent form, and I don't say that jokingly. There's complex legal language, and we expect people to sign off and say, yes, I believe that I should do this. Okay. Again, having newsletters, information to share back with patients so they truly feel like they're part of a community. And so my last question, Christina, you'll be happy to know, because I think you're bringing up a slide that says 3 minutes, 8 minutes. Are we okay?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
So you're good.
So the outcome from today's discussion is, you know, I don't know if we were able to address the questions that we put forward, but it was around learning around real world data and the different data sources. How are data generated and how do we use them and how do we think about them before we collect them? And then the role of the patient and how we can think about, you know, ensuring that they're truly engaged for the continuum, the longitudinality of the length of time that we really need to understand their experience, which is not just on a day or a month or a year. It's the, you know, the period of natural history that continues from the time you're born till the time you no longer are. So thank you for that, and thank you for your time.
Does anyone have any questions for me? No question? Oh, you got one.
Can you just touch on the natural history, the role of not only the patient, but the mention of clinician as well?
Yeah, so the role of the patient, you know, the patient has a lot of information about themselves or their child. And so the way that we collect natural history data is directly from the patient as well as from the clinician. So if you're asking a patient about what was the date you were diagnosed, some will remember, some won't, but you can actually ask the same questions of both because you want to try to validate some of those questions. And so I would say, like our CDKL5 registry is a really good example. We ask a lot of natural history questions from patients. They're able to upload their confirmation of their diagnosis through their genetic testing. And then the clinician also has access to some of the patient record so they can validate and verify, and then they provide some of the quantitative information that was collected at site. And what you're really trying to do is build as comprehensive a story about that patient and their diagnosis and try to fill in the holes. You're welcome.
First one is about the Healthy 2.0 is a platform. So, what's where any patient can go on to it, and that data go through the stuff that we have in there.
So the Healthy 2.0 is a platform, and it's a platform that does 4 things. It collects data directly from sites with patient consent, or directly, so the patient can at site, or in a siteless model where, let's say, you come in through a website and you want to be able to contribute your data. Usually it's disease specific. So that's the first part, is collecting data directly from the patient with full consent. And all of our registries, I should note, have IRB approval. The patient then, if it's an undiagnosed patient, we're looking at actually but providing an environment for undiagnosed people to also put in information so that we can start to see whether there are areas where there are commonalities. So again, it's not, you can't just come in through a website, but you come in through a specific URL that is designated generally for a disease. Okay. So we're working, some of the work we've done is using more video and more linguistics, because also not everybody, so as you get into older populations, for example, they may not be able to read, they may not be able to hear. So you need to look at different modes, font, as well as using visuals and graphics. So we're not experts, we're working with experts, we're testing different ways to do that. In the National Foundation, there's a lot of visualization. I'm also working with a former CEO of a company in real world data who had done a lot of work in haptics, and where people have mobility issues and they need to be able to navigate and they just can't navigate with a mouse, etc. So those are the types of things, and certainly open to working with anybody in the room who has ideas around that. So it's, we always tend to go towards, hey, let's make the font bigger, but it's like shouting at somebody who can't hear. It's not like they're still going to be able to hear you because you're loud. It's really understanding what you have to do. Yes, we do. So we're multilingual. Currently with all of the Latin, some of the Middle Eastern and Asian, and we're going to continue to expand that because that's a really important point. In order for inclusiveness and generalizability of data, you have to be now. You're welcome.
Anyone else?
Great.
Thank you. You're welcome. So we are going, so that I was fascinated by that. And I think data, you all know that's my favorite topic, but I don't know if any of you saw my presentation, but I was able to tailor my own care and really improve my own quality of life using my own data. And so it is important, not just for your care and quality of life, but really overall general importance of it. So we are going to take a short break. And for anyone that might be watching online, we're going to try and figure out all the difficulties while we do. But go ahead and enjoy some snacks out there and network and mingle, and we'll all be back. All right. Thank you. We get back. Oh, you know what? I didn't even. There you go. Thank you. 11:30. Half an hour. So we'll see you back in half an hour. I don't even know what to do here. So I'm going to leave everything. We're gonna get ready to start in just a second.
And I am
Ann.
just using.
Yeah.
Very good.
Is the mic? It's on you.
I think she's unmuted it.
Yeah.
And you have the Zoom up already
So it's not this one.
and on?
So this one's for the speaker, this one goes there though, so they both need to.
Oh, yeah, so kind of adjust it, so they're both
Okay.
there.
Oh my goodness, it's like a press conference.
And are we live already? Okay. Okay, everyone, I hope you enjoyed your little break. Oh, I forgot there's people watching us online. Welcome back. We are all congregating in the room again. And next we have Ann Kropp. So Ann, I'm gonna let you take over so we can stay on time.
Okay, thank you. So earlier we had I'm Ann Kropp, and I'm from Early Access Care. Our company focuses on early access programs exclusively across everything from the strategy, the policy development for early access programs, and the operationalization of those programs. And earlier in the last presentation, Femina was talking about having your data, your real world data from these rare disease programs, CDISC ready, putting them together in a CDISC format. And that is something that I spoke about yesterday in yesterday's session for expanded access, in that rare disease programs, maybe we can have one conference. Could you sit down, please? Thanks. It's causing a background noise. And today's and yesterday's meeting, we were talking about rare disease data and how we manage it and making it CDISC ready. I want to underscore what Femina said, is collecting data in a manner that is standardized, ready for, in CDISC standards, ready for databasing, is so incredibly important. So I kind of, for today's presentation, I reconfigured it because we've already had presentations on some of those core elements of how to put together an expanded access program in rare diseases. So I'm going to kind of focus on going more in depth into some of these areas, but really considerations for some of those considerations in rare disease early access programs that we come across. The role of review committees, which is something that hasn't really been discussed on this conference, and also drug supply considerations. And I'm going to come at it at a different level because we deal a lot with rare disease and ultra rare disease. And those have very specific, very different implications in how you manage and how you support an early access program. The first and foremost is that all eligible patients must be enrolled into a clinical trial. So there's an assessment that has to take place. And in these rare and ultra rare programs, the considerations are, where does the patient live relative to your closest clinical trial center? And then also looking at the scope of the inclusion and exclusion criteria. And it's really difficult because when you're talking about genetic profiles, they're often very much tainted with a whole bunch of genetic mutations. And then you're trying to differentiate where, whether that individual is appropriate for, one, a clinical trial, or two, if not appropriate for a clinical trial because perhaps there is an increased severity, a decompensation that's occurring, then are they appropriate for an early access program? So it takes much more than just well-defined inclusion and exclusion criteria. And one way sponsors manage it is not to open up an expanded access protocol at all until their enrollment into the clinical trial is fully completed. And that is one way of doing it. But a lot of other sponsors are choosing a review committee as a path that they can, one, clarify whether a patient with a complex profile is appropriate for a clinical trial, or can they go into the EAP? So a review committee approach is what we're
pretty often in early access programs for rare disease. And it really brings a rational approach. It brings a fairness approach to the decision making. And it really brings forward consistency in how you're doing it. And now think about a review committee that's just been formed for a disease that's not well profiled and that they're still learning. The biotechnology company is usually in its early phases, is still learning about the disease and how it manifests and the various types of profiles that they're going to be getting. So there's a lot of complexity every time you're reviewing one of these patients for early access programs. And so it's critical that a review committee forms a charter. And in that charter, we have not only the boundary inclusion and exclusion criteria, but also anything that's supportive of that's going to be considered in the application. A method of review, how the cases are going to be compiled, how they're going to be reviewed, the assessment criteria that are going to be used, and decision-making criteria. And the review committee there are a whole bunch of mutations. Every company wants something different, but there's always at the core of it, there are going to be clinicians, the individuals from the pharma company that understand the science of their compound, pharmacovigilance person. There may be an ethicist involved. There may be a patient, oftentimes there's a patient representative involved. And so all of those individuals will be part of this review committee. And you have to define the quorum in the charter, and members will gather to review each of these. And it could be on an ad hoc basis because you never know when a request is coming in. So usually we can turn that around in 24 hours and sometimes in the same day. So we start floating information about the need for the ad hoc review and start sending information to the committee. But first and foremost, we're really trying to make sure that they are not eligible for a clinical trial, because bringing them into an EAP will not serve the patient population well, nor it will serve the sponsor well. There's always documentation of the final designation for that individual. So whether they were accepted as a patient into the EAP, or if they were not, there's always a reason that is designated for not coming into the EAP. So transparency of decision-making is really critical. And also communicating that, whether it's positive or negative, in a timely fashion to the site, to the physician. And that transparency about the decision is really important. So I'm giving you an example here on what a typical process flow for such a review would consist of. And that is, I hope there's not a lot of noise back there. You're okay, the microphone is totally. Oh, very good. So you're fine. Thanks. So the typical process flow for one of these reviews would be that we would receive the request, there's a triage done, and that triage will depend upon the disease, the supportive data that has been identified that is required. So those inclusion and exclusion criteria. If I need a genetic mutation, a genetic report, then we obtain that. We obtain LFTs, local labs, make sure we have the right reference values for interpretation of those labs, whether they're on ventilator support, if there was a recent brain scan, whatever the requirements are that you need to make that assessment of severity, not only diagnosis, but also severity of disease. And then that is oftentimes requires translation, because if I have a genetic mutation coming in from another country, it's oftentimes in a different language. Now, sometimes it's terrific, and we have these global English genetic reports that are really detailed, and those are always wonderful, but that's not always the case. So we do require a lot of translation to occur. So we do it in like an immediate triage translation, and then we have one that is the formal certified translation. And then there's dossier management, so everything is redacted. We have the information is anonymized with a new patient number, so it's not identifiable. Also, the country from which the request comes in is anonymized as well. There's a review committee meeting and a discussion, and these are very complex conversations. Sometimes the answer is, gee, we'd love to be able to answer this today, but we need some additional information. So we'll turn around those requests and get information within the same day, typically from the physician, from the staff, because they just really need to know what that information is that is required in order to move forward. And then the decision is communicated in writing. There is an alignment around which of the criteria and what are the specifications for not approval. Or if it's an approval, then we move forward with arranging for the import authorization and the drug supply. But this type of a model requires significant sponsor discussion and a top-down buy-in. So oftentimes these are small biotech companies, so there's more also involvement of the board, very heavy involvement of the board. So there's, we leave that up to the sponsor company to have that conversation around how that charter is going to work and the EAP program in general. So once there's overall buy-in, then you can go into this type of a model. So it takes a significant amount of processing on the side of the sponsor to really finalize this type of a model. When we get that intake request, we're really looking for that key information. Rare diseases are often complex. That initial hospitalization or that initial request is usually occurring during a hospitalization. So there's a reason for a precipitating event. It's not necessarily the underlying disorder that you're going to be treating. So it's not always possible to get a clear understanding of during that hospitalization of what the severity of the underlying disease that you have a therapy for, and that leads to some complexity. The urgency of need is another criterion. So if there is someone who seems like yes, they have the disorder, but boy, are they stable. And then you have criteria that are set up that it's only for patients that are in the life-threatening phases, that really drives the conversation. So having a clear understanding of the level of urgency is really important. And local labs are what we use, and we always have the normal ranges. And if it requires a translation, we get the translation. So the committee can't act and really make these decisions about these EAP programs unless they understand what it is they're interpreting. And as best as possible, we try to have ethical and fair judgment. They're blinded to the country, working within the defined countries that they've already agreed to and have set out. That's another part of setting up these charters, is identifying ahead of time the countries in which you're definitely going to accept requests from. More often than not, it's having an exclusion list, and it's usually those countries that you never plan to commercialize in. And then we're also managing the inclusion and exclusion criteria. So the process, you're always providing an answer, and the clear answer should be provided in a timely manner. If you can turn that around in the same day, that's always appreciated by the site, but more often than not, it's a couple days after the review committee, so everyone's had a chance to look at the communication. But once access is granted, then the physician should have follow-up information, and the patients should have follow-up information to help guide them through this process. And we're always maintaining anonymity throughout this entire review. And the urgency of treatment is a key consideration in some of these programs. So some of them where you can wait for a couple of weeks to have therapy come forward, that's one scenario. But many of these rare neurodegenerative disorders or cancers require immediate treatment. And that is, first of all, the review committee is one where they're expecting an urgent request coming in. They understand that treatment within the first couple of days of diagnosis is really critical. And so keeping it simple, the simplicity for the investigative site. Yes, we peppered them with information to getting to that decision point, but then trying to have everything ready for them to keep that process simple makes it much better. So we get through all these hurdles within a 24-hour period. And we really educate physicians on the process of how to make a request, what they need to include in their 3926, and basically template it all out for them, give them all the templates, all the letters, everything that they need so that they can, required documentation to the FDA is not a barrier, right? You don't want someone struggling for a couple of days to figure out how to do it. We give it all to them. And then finally, we're thinking about there are some key issues around drug supply considerations. You really need to plan for this. You've heard some of the earlier presentations around EAP programs is planning for long-term drug supply through reimbursement. And in some countries, this is going to be several years. And so in these review committees for EA programs, that has to be a consideration once you initiate drug therapy for a patient and they're approved, then we do not start, and we know that we have a limited drug supply, then we have to continue and ensure that there's continued treatment for those patients, and we don't initiate new patients on treatment until we know we have adequate drug supply to maintain that. And so in some of these countries, it'll be a long time of treatment that needs to be provided. And there's never been a case where a pharma company, in our experience, has been so short that they are kind of like patching in supplies. We always make sure before we start a patient that we have a continuous supply for that patient, and then we step the new patient into the next supply. So that's really critical that there's no interruption of care. Sometimes there needs to be for a compound, there needs to be a significant amount of communication with the clinical supply person at the pharma company. And sometimes with these small pharma companies, they have one person in the entire organization that is trying to work with multiple vendors. The drug supply, they might be able to give you 10 bottles of, 25 bottles of. So you have to be able to have a fluid conversation with the clinical supply team or person in order to plan ahead so that they know what is coming forward. It's really ideal if you can provide them with scenario planning so that they know a review committee has just reviewed 5 patients and 2 are maybes, and then 1 is definitely a no. So let them know what the scenario is so that they can plan accordingly and introduce that into their strategy. So that's really important when you're in a phase 2 compound, because they have not ramped up into their full clinical supply campaigns. So you have to have enough lead time, especially to produce higher quantities of the drug. And so we're balancing the priority of the clinical trial supplies. We're also looking at any of the patients that have participated in the clinical trials. If those clinical trials are coming to an end, then post-trial treatment in this rare disease space needs to be assured for an expanded period of time. And so in those cases, we oftentimes will open up the EAP as a protocol to ensure that there's continued treatment for those patients in the post-trial space. And then planning for earmarked EA supplies, as I mentioned, those that are already committed to certain patients, and then also planning for the transition of to the marketplace so that there is a smooth transition. Obviously, the different insurance providers are going to be coming in at a different time once the drug is approved. So we need to stagger transitions accordingly. And then really meeting the needs of rare disease patients in underserved countries is a very significant issue. We may need to, with some of these, if we know that there is a rare disease in a particular area, more of a cluster, more than a couple of patients that are going to be coming out of that area, then we need to open up the pathway, and that could be through a local depot depending on the compound, but always ensuring that you're planning for your clinical supply in advance time. Starting the budget planning at phase 2 is probably the earliest that we can really assure working in these small biotech environments. And in some of them, they don't want to start planning until phase 3, but they really need to align as best as possible their clinical trial footprint into those countries where there are pockets of potential pockets of disease. But remember, the epidemiology is very scarce in some of these rares and ultra rares, and we don't know oftentimes where the patients are going to be diagnosed, especially in the early stages of a new disorder. So we do conduct some country feasibility and planning to aid in that transition planning, and that's easier once you have already a group of patients that are already in your EAP programs. So working with the medical affairs teams in the company certainly helps along those fronts. So in summary, when you're working in the rare and ultra rare space, yes, you put in the regular principles for expanded access programs, but these programs oftentimes in their early stages of a new disorder being diagnosed with a new compound, those require a lot more hand-holding, more from the review committee. So in those early formative stages, these review committees are going to be of very high value in protecting enrollment to the clinical trials and also to select the right patients. And remember, if we have the wrong patients enrolled into some of these programs where there are genetic mutations, and it's a fuzzy picture, it does no one any good if that patient's not going to respond well to the treatment. So the review committee charter documents are really the key for that proper patient review and the application of the application review. And then also planning for drug support for extended periods of time in some indications. I'll be happy to take any questions. Yes.
Yeah. So treatment adherence is key for therapeutic efficacy, right?
I'm sorry?
Treatment adherence.
Oh yeah, treatment adherence.
Is key for therapeutic efficacy. And in this space where you are dealing with patients that may be coming from languages that you don't. So you touch one aspect of that communication, translating data coming from patients. Now, what do you have in place for making sure that communication with patients to ensure, treatment adherence is taking place?
So there are a couple of things that we do. One is we get a patient release, patient privacy release document. The physician or coordinator has the patient provide it so that we can provide information to them directly if that's something that they want. We have an incredible open line of communication with all of the patients. And so we are reinforcing information that they're not clear on. in other countries where we definitely provide the translated documents with the pictures, how to prepare the medication, if it's an oral medication that requires prep, all and information about the importance of adherence. We do the drug diaries and reminders that it's time to have a visit, but we provide everything in that country language. In some countries, Turkey's an example. We have an individual that contacts that family member and walks them through. Okay, your drug's going to be arriving tomorrow. Make sure somebody's home to receive it. They get the Q3-month. Quarter safety updates from the physician, and there's a real communication going on with the family members. So adherence is super important. We have this constant interaction with the families and also have documents in the local language to help support that patient.
Do you encounter patients who are not literate even in their spoken language? How do you deal with that?
So I can't answer that question because I don't have any experience with not literate in their local language. Like, I don't have an answer for you there. Any questions? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. So we have, oh gosh, I didn't expect that. Let me take these, or can you help me take these off? I don't want to touch the computer because I will break it, and I'm just going to leave it.
Yeah. I mean, same on my off, to be honest.
So our next is Philip John Brooks, and Philip is discussing, his discussion is expectations and future directions for cell and gene therapies. And look at his tie. We've got the, where did you find a tie like that?
Somewhere on the internet. That's where we find everything.
Yeah, right. I've been recently searching zebra print on every store that I go on. Yeah, I'm building up a huge collection that I probably will never wear.
Just get a whole rug.
Right.
Just get a rug.
Hi. So we're getting Philip's slide set up. If you are online, stay tuned. We've got one more after this, and then we're going to take a break for lunch. So Philip, are you ready? All righty.
Great, thank you all. So I will give my presentation. It'll be a different perspective because I work for the government, so no conflicts of interest. I do have some opinions that I might express, and they're my own personal opinions and not those of the government. Just wanted to make that clear. So the issue we're dealing with here is one you're probably quite familiar with. We have a huge number of diseases where we have the known molecular basis, and that's going to continue based on the increasing utilization of whole genome sequencing. The problem is that the number that have effective treatments is lagging far, far behind. And at this rate, we're never going to get there. Another issue has to do with the prevalence, even within rare diseases. There are high prevalence rare diseases, a relatively small number of them, and those attract, not surprisingly, the majority of commercial interest, about 150 of these, including some you know well, cystic fibrosis, spinal muscular atrophy, hemophilia, et cetera. And we've seen some wonderful clinical successes in those diseases that should be applauded. On the other side, though, we have thousands of diseases that are very, very low prevalence, and are essentially of no commercial interest. And there's not going to be really commercial drug development in these, even though the rationale for that drug development might be as good, if not better, than for some of the higher prevalence diseases. We've all seen the amazing results of gene therapy in spinal muscular atrophy, that being one of the high prevalence diseases. It's an interesting thought experiment to imagine what would happen if spinal muscular atrophy had a prevalence down in the less than 1. My personal opinion is nothing would have happened, and those children will still be dying. This is not to be critical of industry. I mean, industry has brought some wonderful drugs to patients, and that's their job. It's simply a matter of dealing with the reality of stakeholders and our various constituencies and limitations. So it's just to identify the problem. And so the good news here, though, is that AAV, and we're thinking here about gene therapy in particular, AAV as a gene therapy vector has really shown some particular promise. And we've seen that in spinal muscular atrophy and others, hemophilia, 2 approved products in the United States, and lots of preclinical success stories. We're really good at treating monogenic diseases in mice. And the question is, how do we get more of those into clinical trials? Where is the roadblock there? And it's really getting them into clinical trials. And really, when you think about AAV, it's not a treatment for a specific disease. It's a delivery system. It's a therapeutic platform, almost like a delivery box that is pre-addressed to certain cells and tissues. And you can put different therapeutic genes into it and use the same delivery box to deliver those therapeutic genes to different target tissues, muscle, liver, brain, etc. So given this is a therapeutic platform, wouldn't it make more sense to design the clinical trials in a way that embraces that? And so what we're trying to do here, shown down below, is to really see what happens if you design a clinical trial for multiple diseases at a time using the same platform AAV vector, and to see if we can increase the efficiency and reduce clinical trial startup time. So the program we developed at NIH is called Platform Vector Gene Therapy, or PAVE-GT, and obviously we couldn't resist an acronym like that. We think of it as a public AAV gene therapy development and clinical trials program. What we're doing is going forward with gene therapy for 4 rare diseases that are currently under study by NIH intramural investigators at the clinical center. And all diseases were of no known commercial interest at the beginning of the program. And so for all 4, we plan to use the same viral vector, which is AAV9, same route of administration and production and purification methods, because as we've heard from our FDA colleagues, the process is the product. And so all we're doing, and I say that in air quotes, is swapping in the therapeutic gene construct. And a key point of this is, as we go along, we plan to make all of our methods, protocols, and regulatory documents, including our communications with the FDA and their communications with us, make those available to the public via a website. So we're trying to essentially open up the process so everybody can see how it's done. This would be a completely insane thing to do if we were a for-profit company, because we'd be giving away our intellectual property. And that, of course, is why we did this with all government employees, so we don't have to worry about those concerns. So essentially, some of the things we would like to do is to see which of these different steps we might improve on. So here we're looking at a kind of schematic of the trial. We've got 4 different diseases, 2 organic acidemias, PCCA deficiency and methylmalonic acidemia, and 2 neuromuscular diseases, DOX7 deficiency and CoQ deficiency. And so if we were going to do these one at a time, we'd have to go through all those steps from bottom to top for each one of these diseases in parallel, even though we're using the same vector and the same routes of purification for everything. So our question is, couldn't we maybe reduce some of these steps? And so we might think that we can reduce some of the biodistribution studies that would be required, since we're using the same vector. It should go to the same place, regardless of what gene is inside of it. Maybe some of the CMC and toxicology studies. So what we'll be doing is proposing some of these efficiencies to the FDA. They will respond to us, and we will make that information public. Along with that, what we hope will eventually be our approved INDs, with the idea that everybody can then, people that want to can use those as sort of cut and paste documents for their own INDs. And this is described in a publication, and there's the citation for it down at the bottom. And just want to thank in particular my colleagues who are working hard on this, not only at NCATS, but also the clinical investigators, Chuck Venditti, who works on organic acidemias, and Carsten Bonneman from NINDS, who works on the neuromuscular junction disorders. There's the website also down below, and you'll be able to see our progress as we make it available. Now I'm going to turn to another program that is more recently developed and that has somewhat of a similar framework, but different participants. And this is called the Bespoke Gene Therapy Consortium, or the BGTC. And it's really a program developed under the auspices of the Foundation for the National Institutes of Health, or the FNIH. And very importantly, the FNIH is not actually part of the NIH. It's not part of the government. It's a 501c3 entity. And that's how we can do these public-private partnerships. So some of the goals of the BGTC are to make AAV gene therapy technology more accessible to a broader range of diseases, to accelerate the potential to streamline the preclinical and product testing, and facilitate the scientific and regulatory advances that will ultimately benefit the entire field. And we hope is to bring gene therapies to all individuals in need sooner. And I should emphasize, and should have emphasized, that that can't be 30 minutes. That the real focus of both of these programs is on rare diseases of no commercial interest. And that's a very specific focus, because there is obviously, and it's wonderful to see, commercial interest and progress for a small subset of rare genetic diseases. And so the BGTC has basically two components. One is more focused on the basic biology of AAV, not just the basic biology for the sake of understanding it, but basic biology as it relates to improving the way that we generate AAV vectors and increasing the efficiency of making AAV vectors, and also enhancing therapeutic gene expression in patients. And we hope to find ways to increase the efficiency of both of those by orders of magnitude that would improve the process for all. There's also a clinical component of the BGTC. Clinical trials focused on advancing access of these technologies and vectors for bespoke clinical implications. And as I indicated there, when we say bespoke, we mean diseases of no commercial interest due to very low prevalence. And the focus here is to try to harmonize the process and make it more streamlined and more rational and easy to understand. So with the advancing AAV biology, there's two components focusing on enhancing vector generation and enhancing therapeutic gene expression in patients. What we plan to do is to focus on these various mechanistic steps and to ask the community to develop high throughput screening compatible assays for each one of these steps. And then we plan to carry out this high throughput screening at the NIH and make those data available publicly. And we have an announcement down below there that talks about, that gives more details. And for the clinical component, we plan to select between 5 or 6, at least, that's where we're focused on diseases, using a limited number of AAV serotypes, in particular those that are already in clinical use, and to develop standardized vector analytics and toxicology packages so that we can treat all of these vectors the same way, and also harmonize clinical trial designs and reporting of SAEs, which we can then link to some of the standardized analytics and toxicology studies, and ultimately hope we can learn from all those efforts, and again, with a broader prospect of making the whole effort more efficient, all the way from the idea of gene therapy to opening up the clinical trial. And I should say that this effort, this public-private partnership, we really chose to, and as is the case now, to focus on topics that were in the pre-competitive space, hence the reason for focusing only on diseases of no commercial interest. We thought by doing that, we would keep it out of the commercial space and allow the participation of large pharmaceutical companies. So in doing this, we do plan to utilize vector manufacturing from different industry partners and also academic partners with a limited number of AAV serotypes, and try to utilize as much as possible the previous data that they've generated for their own INDs and even some approved products. I think a big question that a lot of people are interested in is selecting the diseases for these trials. It's important to emphasize that the goal of this effort is not simply to do gene therapy for 5 or 6 diseases, but try to find ways to streamline the process. So the disease selection process will be focused on that. Essentially what we're looking for are diseases that are well suited for AAV gene therapy, the kind of thing that we see at these meetings where American Society for Cell and Gene Therapy, for example, where there's really compelling proof of concept data in mice, and you're saying, why isn't this in the clinical trial? Disease is kind of like that. And also ones where the requirements for testing and follow-up are relatively short. We would not be wanting to look for diseases where it's going to take several years to see if the trial worked, because that would kind of outlast the time of the program. And we hope to have more guidance about that and information very shortly that we'll be making available. And so this is an indication of all the partners within the BGTC. You can see many different components of the NIH, institutes and centers, as well as a variety of private sector partners, as well as some nonprofits. And we actually continue to get people interested in participating in the program. And if you are interested, I'll give you the information as to who to contact shortly. So this kind of shows the initial launch and action items. We officially launched the program at the end of October, and we anticipate putting out the information for how to apply for a disease and the other basic biology application materials very, very shortly, as I said. So we're just ramping up and very excited to have finally been able to do this. Like everything else, of course, the startup was delayed by COVID. And so there's some information on how to find this, and particularly for those of you who might be interested from companies or other entities in participating, you'd want to contact Courtney Silverthorne at the FNIH. You can find her information on the website there, and I think all the slides were made available ahead of time. And of course, you can also contact me as well. And so last time I'm going to talk about another program. This is one from the NIH Common Fund. For those of you who are not familiar, the NIH Common Fund is an entity within the Office of the NIH Director, and it supports an evolving set of trans-NIH research programs. We sometimes think of it as venture capital space for high-risk innovative programs with extraordinary impact that cut across different NIH institutes and centers, the kind of things that would be high impact for many different institutes, but are beyond the capacity of any one individual. And some of the other programs that are developed or supported under there are shown here. The NIH Pioneer Award, the Knockout Mouse Project, for example. So one of the programs that is up and running now, and that I've been involved in coordinating, is the Somatic Cell Genome Editing Program, or SCGE, the first phase of which is now going into its 4th year. And the goal of this one is to lower barriers for new genome editing therapies by better animal models to test these reagents and delivery systems in animal models that are basically designed for detecting genome editing, assessing unintended biological effects of genome editors, not simply off targets, but the biological consequences of off-target editing, and possibly also monitoring edited cells in vivo. A big focus on better delivery of genome editors for in vivo applications. We're specifically focused on in vivo because I think, as we heard yesterday, there's plenty of ways to develop and deliver genome editors for ex vivo applications, expanding the human genome editing repertoire with different enzymes. And we have a dissemination coordination committee as well that will make all of the material available through a public toolkit for people who want to learn about these technologies and see the data that has been generated in the program. And so this is another way of looking at the program, the number of awards or grants that are made. You can see the majority of them are in the new delivery systems, about half of them. We have a relatively small group focused on new editors because there's a lot of work going on in that area, but we felt we wanted to have some in the program. And over the course of this program, we've supported a lot of good science and some high impact publications, including the development of some new editors, including the prime editor from David Liu's group, and very small genome editors from Jennifer Doudna's group, as well as some different delivery vehicles and new approaches for looking at off-target effects. But all of these programs from the Common Fund can go for 5 years with one chance of a second phase for another 5 years. And so we proposed the second phase of this to the NIH Council of Councils, which is a required step for any kind of new expenditures. And this is basically showing one of an overview of what we proposed for our SCG phase 2, and it was approved by the Council of Councils. So what it's kind of showing here in the boxes down below are the different initiatives we're thinking about for phase 2. So one would be focused on assay development, assays of relevance for essentially translational studies of genome editing that will really be developed to a level that would meet regulatory muster is what we're hoping here. We also plan a variety of IND enabling studies on different disease targets. And I think of most relevance is we plan to support some platform clinical trials that will require taking advantage of the obvious platform capacity of genome editing, and we'll also have a coordination center. And so focusing specifically on this initiative 3, we plan to, or what we've proposed is a clinical trial strategy to perform genome editing clinical trials, with the idea of a requirement for doing these clinical trials and demonstrating a regulatory pathway towards IND approval for in vivo genome editing of more than one disease at a time. That's the kind of the key point. How do you make these, open these up for more than one disease at a time in a way that takes advantage of the platform capacity of genome editing, so we aren't doing these things one disease at a time? You could imagine that for a specific editor targeting a specific tissue, you could use the same editor, the same delivery vehicle for multiple diseases, and simply, and again with the air quotes, simply swap out the guide RNAs and the clinical outcome measures. And so one of the goals of this is to identify and support people as they go down this route, and require consultations with the FDA through INTERACT and pre-IND meetings to really explore this new clinical pathway. And I should make clear here too that when we've proposed this to the Council of Councils, that means we have the authorization to go forward. It doesn't guarantee we'll go forward, because that of course depends on things like appropriate government funding. So this is not a guarantee that we will open up these particular funding opportunities. It's simply a discussion of what we have proposed and what was approved. But we did want to make people available of this in case we do in fact go through, so people can start to think about it. And I think basically that's what I was planning to say here. I think I've cited most of the people involved with us, and this is some of the other work we do in the Office of Rare Diseases Research at NCATS. And there's our other contact information, but I'm happy to stop and take any questions. Thank you.
I think you touched on something that's quite innovative in actually carrying out a clinical trial that would involve more than one disease. And I think that my impression is that the resistance to that might be quite intense. And
you might.
I'm wondering if you could give us some insights in your negotiations and what has been the most persuasive to move forward these plans.
We haven't really negotiated anything with the FDA. Yeah, we don't usually do that, I think. So I don't know how really more I can answer that. I think from information I've heard in discussions publicly, there certainly is the obvious question. I mean, that there are open INDs for genome editing for single diseases. And there's a lot of interest in what do you do if you have the same disease, you've got the same gene, and you want to add a different guide RNA. And knowing that that's under consideration, it seemed to us that adding a different disease is really adding another guide RNA and then clinical outcomes. But theoretically, you could have multiple diseases and they could have the same clinical outcome. So in some ways, it doesn't seem like such a stretch, but part of the goal of what we're thinking about here is to really find out what happens if you try to do it. That's sort of the goal. So the main focus of that program, the big cutoff there, I kind of glossed over it. There's basically two components of that program that we're proposing. The first one is to get the IND, and the second one is to actually do the clinical trial. So the first big outcome is, how do you get the IND? And that essentially is a scientific question, if that makes sense.
I have a question. So when you do these clinical trials, are you looking at decentralized trials, or are you looking at the patient-specific location?
Which ones are you referring
Just
to?
in general, when you're looking at.
Oh, so the ones for PAVE-GT are all done at the NIH Clinical Center. The ones for the Bespoke Gene Therapy Consortium, we don't know yet. It depends on the disease that are chosen. They could be decentralized. Some of them could also be. Yeah, we could. Some of them might be done at the clinical center. Some might be multi-site. I think it kind of depends on what people propose. And the genome editing ones are really too early to even say. We still want to see somebody get an IND.
Anyone else with any questions?
I just want to say this is like really exciting.
Thank you.
I mean, there were obviously in GM2, that's where my passion to see this sort of thing like roll out to GM2, GM1, other huge.
Well, thank you. We certainly hope so, and it's a lot of fun to be working on this with various colleagues, some of whom I've cited there, and particularly the Bespoke Gene Therapy Consortium, to be working and so closely with Peter Marks, who really has a passion for this too. I think everybody sees that, you know, there's a regulatory hurdle here, and everybody kind of imagines that there are better ways to do it. It's a matter of finding out, how do we change it? And I think trying to get people with different, you know, perspectives to work together is a way to go about it. And so that's certainly our hope. But thank you for the words. Yes.
One of the things we know in this space, regardless of whether or not there's commercial interest, is that some of the ways that the FDA think about looking at trials have not really moved away from the traditional RCT way of looking at designing studies. Do you see this as a mechanism to really start to help inform, I would say, more innovative policy, or policy that will be accepted, where you can build synthetic cohorts that are accepted, control arms out of real world data, so that we're reducing the number of patients? Is that a potential outcome?
I guess that's possible, but I think our goals are a little bit more proximal, which is just to see if we can get these trials. We're specifically focused, you know, as I indicated, on gene therapy and gene editing. And because those all share the capability that they're kind of one and done treatments, I think that's kind of the real focus. And particularly, I think what's also influenced us is to see the data in mice for a disease that could really be impactful, in a family who is willing to support it for a very rare indication. And you can see that the science is there, and there's no way to get to the clinical trial. And to realize that there may be clinical trials where you would treat all the patients in the clinical trial. So there's no business model. There's nobody to sell it to. All you do is treat the patients. And is there a way to get that in here somehow? And I think that's part of the thought. So it's a little bit more proximal than I think some of the questions you've raised. Not that they aren't important, of course.
Anyone else? Are we okay? So our next, thank you. It's always good to have someone from government here at some point. So our next speaker is Magali. I don't know if I pronounced that right. And here we go. And you are, I don't even want to go on the name of that because I don't want to mispronounce it, but you're looking at clinical development and regulatory pathways. So I'm going to let you take over. And I'll let you introduce yourself about this disaster thing.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I don't know, I need to change the slides or?
Hold on 1 second. I didn't even think
So maybe I can start introduce myself. My name is Magali Tayel. I'm a Chief Medical Officer at Gensight Biologics. And maybe I can start the presentation a bit. So firstly, thank you for your time. I'm very happy to be there to present a few insights regarding our work. So as an introduction, Gensight is a biotech company developing gene therapy in inherited retinal diseases. And we have two technology platforms. The first one is a platform to overcome mitochondrial mutations, so targeting mitochondrial diseases. And related to this technology platform, we developed a gene therapy called Lumivoq in a rare disease called Leber hereditary optic neuropathy, and we'll get into details about it. Our second technology platform is the development of an optogenetic treatment in a late stage RP for now, and we are at early phase development in phase 1-2. Do you want to change the slides? Yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Sure.
I should have done it. I speak without slides, so I kind of assume everyone else. And after this, we'll have lunch.
Very sorry. It's okay, I can go on like that for now. So this is for the company. So we, as you may have noticed with my accent, the company has its headquarters based in France, in Paris, and we have an office in New York. So I'm going to focus this presentation, and the slides will be coming soon. I'm going to focus this presentation on the development of a gene therapy called Lumivoq in Leber hereditary optic neuropathy. So the key milestones, if you want to have an overview of this development. So firstly, we are at late stage development. We have 3 pivotal studies that I will detail to you. It's a rare disease, so you may notice that having 3 pivotal studies, it's not optimal, and we can discuss further about it. And we have 2 different regulatory pathways in the US and in Europe. In Europe, we submitted our dossier for registration. It's in September 2020. If you want to, you can go on. No problem. Sure. Sorry. So maybe the last one I sent, maybe? Yeah. No problem. Perfect. Amazing. And just very quickly share this. Thank you for your patience. It means a lot. Thank you. So we went through a few slides already. So I was telling you that actually we have two regulatory pathways, unfortunately, in a way, but it's okay and we can discuss further about it. We have a regulatory pathway in Europe, which is earlier than in the US, in a way that we already submitted our filing for registration in September 2020, based on two pivotal studies. And regarding, so we are aiming, if everything goes well, to get approval in Europe at the end of 2022. And for US, we have a third pivotal study, which is called Reflect, which has been designed with the FDA. We recently released the data in June, and we are meeting with the FDA at the end of this year, probably beginning of January, to discuss the regulatory pathway according to these results from this Reflect study. So just a quick reminder about LHON. So LHON is a rare disease. It represents, in terms of incidence, roughly 1,000 to 1,500 new patients every year in Europe and in the US. So rare disease. It's a devastating disease. It occurs in patients who are quite young, in their 20s, 30s. As you can see on the first graph, they drop vision, firstly in one eye, and secondarily, a few weeks later in the other eye. And within 1 year, they become blind. So this is a mitochondrial disease, which is transmitted by the mother. And there are several mitochondrial mutations leading to LHON, but the one which is the most frequent one is the mutation on the ND4 mitochondrial gene, and it's also the mutation leading to the most severe clinical form of LHON. And Lumivoq gene therapy is targeting this mutation. You see on the right graph that actually in this neuroophthalmic disease, anatomic modifications occur before the onset of symptoms such as glaucoma, and it's very typical. You see that this the nerve so in LHON, the cells which are affected are the retinal ganglion cells and their axons, so the nerve fiber layers. And you see that firstly there is a kind of increase of thickness of this nerve fiber layer related to edema, to the acute phase of the disease. And then there is a dramatic thinning of this layer because patients lose cells. So this is really an acute disease and it's urgent to treat the patients. So here is what LHON patients face. It starts firstly with a central scotoma, which progressively and quite rapidly enlarges, becomes more dense, and obviously it's devastating. It impacts the quality of life and it leads to depression for many patients. So regarding our technology, so we developed a technology to overcome mitochondrial mutations. This technology is called the mitochondrial targeting sequence. So this technology today applies to LHON with the ND4 mutation, but tomorrow could be applied to other mitochondrial diseases. So the gene therapy Lumivoq targeting the mutation on the ND4 mitochondrial gene in LHON, it's an adenovirus type 2 containing the wild type, the healthy ND4 mitochondrial DNA. It's injected via intravitreal injection. So as you may know, intravitreal injection is a very easy way of administration. It's not surgery. And once in the eye, the ND4 mitochondrial DNA is transcribed into the mRNA in the nucleus. And with this technology of mitochondrial targeting sequence, the mRNA is shuttled at the level of the mitochondria, where a healthy protein is produced and translocated inside the mitochondria, and it restores energy production. So it's a unique technology that could be applied in the future to other mutations for LHON, but as well outside the ophthalmic area. So I'm going to detail a bit the European regulatory pathway, and then we'll be moving to US regulatory pathway. So when we discussed with regulators in Europe and in the US, we could not find out a common clinical trial. So 2 clinical trials called Reverse and Rescue have been designed in close collaboration with EMA. They have similar design. They are randomized controlled study. All patients had one eye injected with Lumivoq, and the other eye was injected with a sham injection. So as you know, a sham injection means that it is mimicking a real intravitreal injection, but no product is injected. And the main difference between these 2 trials is the timing of administration. So in Reverse, patients were treated when they had a vision loss between 6 months and 1 year. And in Rescue, they were treated earlier, within 6 months. So here is a summary of the results. If you look at the improvement of visual acuity versus nadir for both trials, and the nadir is the lowest point of vision for these patients, we got an improvement of 5 to 6 lines. And interestingly, we got an improvement in the treated eyes, but as well in the sham eyes, so in the non-injected eyes. And we'll get into that, why we got this improvement. So you see that the results are really consistent. For Reverse and Rescue studies, you get an improvement of 28 letters and 26 letters in treated eyes, but as well in sham eyes, 24 letters and 23 letters of improvement. And at that time, when we had no explanation about this contralateral effect, it was a big issue, but we'll get into that, why we got this contralateral effect. Looking at the responder rates, globally, it's above 70%. So most of the patients respond to treatment. If you count, an improvement of at least 15 letters. And recently we released data showing that the effect is maintained over time, at least 3 years post-administration. And as you know, it's extremely important for gene therapy because it's a one-time treatment where you need to show that it lasts over time. And we'll probably provide the 4-year data at the beginning of next year. So because we could not understand why we had this contralateral effect, we decided to perform a non-human primate study. So coming back to the non-clinical experimentation in a way, to better understand why there was this contralateral improvement. So to do so, we really mimicked the phase 3 trials. So monkeys were unilaterally injected with the active drug with an equivalent dose of the dose that was injected in humans. And 3 months post-injection, we looked at the visual systems. And we looked at it to detect and quantify Lumivoq DNA in the visual systems using a specific qPCR method. And our ideas at that time was to say, maybe there is a transfer of Lumivoq active substance from one eye to the other eye. Why? Because there are non-clinical studies which had shown this aspect, especially with AAV2. So if you look at the graphs, so these are the results of Lumivoq DNA detected and quantified 3 months post-injection. So the green bars represent Lumivoq DNA in the injected eyes, and the orange bars, Lumivoq DNA in the contralateral non-injected eyes. And you see that in the injected eyes, of course, we found out Lumivoq DNA, but more importantly, we found Lumivoq DNA in the contralateral non-injected eyes of these monkeys, especially in the anterior segment of the eye, in the retina, in the optic nerve, and as well in the optic chiasm. So with this non-human primate study, we could demonstrate that Lumivoq DNA was detected and quantified in the contralateral non-injected eyes of these three animals, that there is a transfer of Lumivoq DNA from injected eyes to non-injected eyes. The probable route of this transfer is through the optic nerves and the optic chiasm, because the biodissemination of a drug in the blood is really negligible. So we think it's an axonal transfer of AAV2. And there might be other mechanisms related to this contralateral effect. Maybe it can be also a transfer of mitochondria that can transport mRNA and protein. And this has been shown in publications that the mitochondria travel along the axons or brain plasticity. But what we showed in our program is that there is a transfer in monkeys from one eye to the other eye. So, of course, these results were extremely important in our development, because we could provide a potential explanation of this contralateral effect. But we were facing an issue with our clinical trial designs. We lost our control, the sham eyes. So we discussed with regulators, especially with EMA, and they advised us to do an indirect comparison versus an external control group. And we talked about natural history studies. And it's really an example where I would like to insist that VMA has been extremely supportive to accept an indirect comparison versus an external control group, knowing that we were in a situation where 76 patients were treated with a contralateral effect with improvement, but unfortunately we could not meet our primary endpoint because of this contralateral effect. So we used all our data, all of the 76 patients treated with Lumivoq, unilaterally treated, and we used all data up to the last observation. We included all eyes, so treated and sham eyes, because the sham eyes benefited from the treatment. And we built an external control group using natural history studies. So our natural history study were being performed, but as well natural history studies from the literature. And we really selected natural history studies providing individual patients' data, because we really wanted to have a strong statistical methodology to perform this indirect comparison. In total, from natural history studies, we could pull data from 208 patients. And here are the results. So you have here on this graph the evolution of visual acuity over time. In pink, the patients treated with Lumivoq, so unilaterally treated, and in blue, the patients from natural history studies, so not treated by the gene therapy. And you see that the evolution of visual acuity is totally different. With patients treated with Lumivoq, there is an improvement of visual acuity over time. It starts to be statistically significant versus the natural history patients 18 months post-vision loss, so it means approximately 6 months post-treatment. And this difference enlarges over time to reach at 48 months a difference of 16.5 letters. So we are above the 15 letters considered to be clinically meaningful by the FDA. And for this disease, VMA is, I would say, less conservative, and they accept 10 letters difference. So the number of letters in terms of difference is important. So this is for VMA regulatory pathway. We are aiming to get approval at the end of 2022 based on these two pivotal studies. When we discussed with the FDA regarding the design of a pivotal study, the FDA had two requests. Firstly, they wanted to assess a bilateral treatment with Lumivoq because LHON is a bilateral disease. And secondly, and this is actually in their guidelines and it's quite clear, they wanted a comparison between eyes of different patients. That's why when you look at the REFLECT clinical study design, agreed with the FDA, it's a bit different. You have one arm patients who were bilaterally treated with Lumivoq, and for the other arm, one eye was treated with an intravitreal injection of Lumivoq and the other eye with a real intravitreal injection of placebo. So 98 patients were randomized and treated, 48 in the bilateral group and 50 in the unilateral group. Only one patient discontinued before the assessment of the primary endpoint. It's a typical LH1 population, mostly males, 80%, and young people. Now, if you look at the timing of administration in REFLECT, patients could be included and treated when they had a vision loss of less than 1 year. And if you look at the timing, at the duration of vision loss on average, it was 8 months post onset of vision loss. And the visual acuity at baseline was poor, which is quite classical with ND4 mutation, 20 out of 800 and 20 out of 600. We faced the COVID situation during this trial, and we can discuss further on how we could overcome that, but we had almost no delay in terms of primary analysis from this trial. So here are the results. I'm going to comment rapidly the color codes because it's important to really differentiate each eye groups. So in red and orange, you have the eyes from patients bilaterally treated. So in red, the first affected eyes, and in orange, the second affected eyes, and in green, patients who were unilaterally treated. So in dark green, the eyes treated with Lumivoq, and in light green, the placebo eyes. So you see that the eyes that were directly treated with the drug got an improvement versus baseline, which is statistically significant for the 3 lines at the top. So it's important to highlight that these patients, they drop vision. So having an improvement versus baseline, it's a huge achievement for these patients. And secondly, you can notice that the light green line, so the placebo eyes, improved versus baseline, but in a less pronounced way comparing to directly treated eyes. So it means that there is a contralateral effect as well for placebo eyes, as it was shown with sham eyes from reverse and rescue. And it's better to be bilaterally treated if you compare the curves. Sorry. Okay, here is the absolute values, the mean absolute values of visual acuity over time. And you see at the top, patients bilaterally treated in red and orange. You see that they finish at a level of visual acuity at 1.5 year, which is higher than patients unilaterally treated. So it's worth treating bilaterally the patients, and thanks to the FDA, who really asked for this trial to assess a bilateral effect of a drug. Now, if you put numbers, it means that when patients were bilaterally treated at 1.5 years, they got an improvement of 12 and 8 letters. Unilaterally treated 8 and 4 letters, so less for placebo eyes, even if there was a contralateral effect. The change from nadir, which is the lowest point of vision for this patient, it's an improvement of 19 and 16 letters when bilaterally treated, and 19 and 13 letters when unilaterally treated. And you see that all the results go toward to the same conclusion. It's better to be bilaterally treated. When you look at the responder rates, so we look at the switch from off chart to on chart. So it means before treatment, patients cannot read any letter on a screen, and after treatment, they can read letters on a screen. So when they were bilaterally treated, the switch for first and second affected eyes was 68% and 53%, and less when they were unilaterally treated. If you look at all responder rates, so this is what we call a clinical relevant recovery. Again, it's better when patients are bilaterally treated, 69% of responders. When you look at the improvement of at least 15 letters, it's 69% of response for bilaterally treated, better than unilaterally treated. And if you look at the percentage of patients on chart, so able to read letters at 1.5 year, it's better for bilaterally treated patients, 85%. So safety, today we treated almost 250 patients if you count the phase 1-2 study and our compassionate use programs. The safety is really good. We don't have systemic issues because the biodissemination of the drug in the blood is really negligible. The main ocular adverse event, and it's quite well known with gene therapy, is intraocular inflammation. The good thing with Lumivoq is that this intraocular inflammation is mostly mild and can be treated and resolved for most of cases with corticosteroids eye drops only, and it's resolutive without sequela. So we have a lot of follow-up. And what we got additionally in terms of safety from a REFLECT study is that the safety when patients are bilaterally treated is as good as the safety when they are unilaterally treated. So there is a real favorable benefit risk for the patients to be bilaterally treated with a drug. We have compassionate use programs running in the US and in Europe. In the US, 18 patients were treated. And in France, we have a nominative ATU, what we call authorization temporary for use, running in France. 25 patients were treated and 7 patients from nominative compassionate use in Italy. And we are, trying to expand this early access in other countries in Europe. So in conclusion, regarding this development program and these 3 pivotal studies, REFLECT results really confirmed the contralateral effect seen in reverse and rescue. There is a real benefit to treat bilaterally the patients comparing to a unilateral treatment. The safety is really good, and it's as good when patients are bilaterally treated, it was important to demonstrate that. So these are the key milestones. It's not ideal because we have 2 regulatory pathways, but it's like that because we have 3 pivotal studies and we can discuss further. What are the key learnings and takeaways? But I think it's, as you know, it's possible to run, of course, and hopefully clinical trials in rare diseases. The selection of the centers is extremely important, as you know. We had, I would say, we were really in trouble when we were running a REFLECT study because we had many cross-border patients, and these cross-border patients obviously could not travel anymore. So we put in place satellite centers, and I really have to thank the main centers who really helped us to put in place these satellite centers. Firstly, it was super important to do that to secure safety for patients so they could be followed, and as well to make sure the quality of the data was preserved to be able to see regulators with full data. And the other aspects, and we need really to acknowledge that it's not ideal to have 3 pivotal studies in a rare disease. I think we could maybe have done better, and it's really a learning that when you start, your phase 3 trial designs, you really need to find out a way to have a common pathway between US and Europe. because it's going to be it's a hurdle not only for regulators but also for patients, for physicians, and so on, because you'll get into a situation where probably you'll get the drug approved in Europe, and we don't know yet regarding the regulatory pathway in the US. What is also a learning is that probably in clinical trials in ophthalmology, we need to avoid having the contralateral eye as a comparator, especially if you use intravitreal injection. It has been demonstrated in our trials, but as well in other developments. And last but not least, I think the compassionate use program's experience is very positive, because we were able to give early access to patients. And I think it's extremely important and critical when you are facing, as you know, a dramatic disease and very acute and irreversible disease such as LHON, where patients really lose cells. So just would like to thank patients and study teams who are still, working and participating in these trials. And here is just the list of the recent publications. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, I didn't step out for a moment, so you may have addressed this, but in your compassionate use, were you able to collect data and analyze that in a uniform way?
It's a great question. We are a bit struggling to do so. So we put in place a common ECRF in the US, in Europe. In any case, it's going to be mandatory from regulators to have this data. I think that the centers make a lot of efforts to include the data. Recently, and I engage you to look into that. One of our investigators published, released data from 6 patients under compassionate use in the US at the American Academy of Ophthalmology. But yes, you're right. It's tough because you are outside clinical trials. So the centers are not always prepared to collect the data, to have resources. So we try to put resources in place in the centers to support, the study teams so they can collect the data. I think it's super important, and the regulators are asking for this data in any case.
So the issue of the contralateral eye, I mean, it's fascinating scientifically, but I'm just thinking, as an outcome measure, it would seem like the easiest thing would be for an individual patient, did they get better or not? And it seems like they did. It's just strange that, I mean, why couldn't that be the outcome measure? It would change from baseline for everybody.
So the baseline, it's a great question, because classically you use the baseline, right, to see the improvement of patients. It makes sense when it is a chronic or slowly progressive disease, such as, for example, retinitis pigmentosa. So you have a quite stable baseline, you have a study population, and you look at the restorative therapy at the improvement. Here, with LHON, if you look at the baseline of our clinical trials, there are patients who have a visual acuity of 20 out of 20 for some eyes, so not yet affected, and others may have an acuity of hand motion. So you are in the situation that the baseline is so heterogeneous that it's really tough to show an improvement. So we showed an improvement mainly in REFLECT and in reverse studies, which is one of the 2 clinical trials, because the baseline was in a way a chronic stage. So patients were really affected with a low visual acuity. When you are more in the acute phase, the heterogeneity of the baseline makes the comparison very difficult. That's why, and I think it's accepted by the regulators, we use the nadir, which is actually the lowest point of vision of these patients, which generally occurs within the first weeks post vision loss. And you see that the improvement versus nadir is much better because you don't have this heterogeneity of the baseline.
Two questions. The dose when administering bilaterally is the same dose per eye as when you did unilaterally, or was there a modification?
No, same dose per eye.
Second question is, when you were preparing to move into your pivotal studies, did you have the conversations with EMA and FDA simultaneously, or was that in a staged, one at one time and one at the other, and different outcomes as a consequence? Or were there any efforts to harmonize between the two at the time you were?
So I have to, it was almost at the same time, but it was earlier for EMA, for sure. And at that time, when we discussed these 3 pivotal studies, we had no idea regarding the contralateral effect. So that's why if you look at the design of Reflect with the FDA, we got as well this contralateral effect, and it occurred that we could not show, we could not meet the primary endpoint because again of this contralateral effect. But the learning is really you need to put all your efforts to have one common pivotal study, especially in a rare disease.
I mean, that required the data to be available to take the conversation simultaneously.
Yeah.
With the regulators as possible.
Absolutely.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So I'm going to try and, oh, got it? I don't know how to take this off, but anyway, it's lunchtime. We all need a break. I need a nap. So we will come back at 2 o'clock, and we're actually going to be doing some roundtable discussions. So it should be fun, should actually be some productive, hopefully, conversations. And I guess we'll break for lunch for now. So anyone that is online, we'll see you probably after the roundtable discussion, since you won't be able to tune in for that. But we will see you then again at 2:30 for understanding the changes in approvals and the adaptabilities of deviations from standards for orphan drugs and rare disease. So we will see you in the lunchroom. That's it. And now how do I shut this off? I don't know what we're doing. Okay, I'm leaving it.
And shut that off, 'cause it's still light.
Yes, so I have to say, specialized in access to the orphan with a company called Guava, Guava, Guava. Actually, they are based in France, and it's a global company, and they are more European, and they have some it's quite straightforward. No, never. Was they do a lot of early access, pharmacovigilance. Oh, for the Middle East. For all the early access. Wow. It's possible to do so. That's interesting because these are questions we are trying to solve because if you have data in the US or a regulatory set of students, how you think about developing your country. The government accepts early access without any plan to submit to this. Wow. That's super interesting. Alternative. But I use the most, I think Germany is UK itself. Yeah, we can follow up on that. Yes, yes, we are very interested.
get like, oh.
No, but I think HR is also asking for it.
No, for
the link and whatever. Yeah, I think it wasn't like this. Oh, you can get that. Maybe you can try to look closer. But you think this is like this? Oh, no, then I'm covering this one. Yes.
Oh, sure, yeah, sure.
Our HR is,
You might be a little bit easy.
somewhere you can see the,
Oh, you want the,
yeah, like the background, or LinkedIn or something, yeah. Yeah, but then I'm gonna cover the.
just a little bit, just a little bit. Right, a little bit.
We go a little bit further and.
So they're in portrait mode, they look actually good. And then on Facebook.
Or maybe with this background, when you have very certain like the conference. So
Yeah, you want to be the speaker.
This one? Or actually, maybe we can stand in front of the. Did we do it? Yeah, so then it's easy. So it's like we know where we are.
Portrait mode makes you look 10 times better.
Really?
Oh, thank you.
Portrait
Yes.
mode helps
Seriously?
so much, I promise you.
We need that.
Honestly, take a selfie with photo and then portrait in live.
Really? Okay, that's a good tip.
Well, you've had your work cut out for you up here today.
Oh,
I've
no,
noticed.
honestly,
You've done a good
thank
job.
you.
Yeah, for sure.
I've been through hell and back.
Where are you from?
London. Yeah.
I'm Croatian.
Oh, I like that. We like that.
I love Croatia.
Yeah, we love Croatia.
Is this your first trip?
Yeah, first ever time in the States.
But even
pretty
just
cool.
with COVID and everything.
November 8th it opened up. Oh, it did. November 8th you've been allowed to go from UK to US. But not allowed before. You need to have like 2 weeks of staying in a third country.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Schengen for a year and a half. So Schengen, UK, Ireland, Russia, China, Brazil. None of the people from Schengen, these two countries, and they were not allowed to go to US before staying 2 weeks in another country.
I went to Turkey and that was like completely fine. I only took a PCR. Turkey was easy and it was lovely. No one, yeah, like a little passenger locator form and just tell you where you're staying.
I was in Turkey before, because I'm Croatian, so Croatia is not Schengen. Croatia, Bulgaria, Romania are the only countries that are not Schengen. So we didn't have the ban. But we could not travel through Schengen. Yeah. So the only way we could travel was through Turkey, Istanbul. Like Turkish Airlines or Serbian Airlines, they would fly to New York. But Istanbul is the only one that has flights like in Chicago, Miami, right?
Yeah, to everywhere.
Boston as well. So I was actually not going through, now I can go through London or through Frankfurt, but I was going through Istanbul. Still there.
Was you actually staying there?
I like it. It was worse flight. Sorry?
Yeah. Was he actually staying there?
I actually did something like, it's a good, very good question. I was always flying, I don't know how many times I flew through Istanbul, but this time I decided I'm going to stay. So I had a weekend stay over and I fell in love with the city.
But I promise you, next time you go, I swear to you, it would be the best thing you can do. Go to Dalaman, and it's the south, like, west coast, and it's the most beautiful, most chilled place you could ever. Dalaman.
I mean,
That's the airport, and then it's like Dalian next to it. But Dalaman.
So it's like on the Black Sea.
I think so. I'm not too sure. I'm not geographical.
The old city, like where the top copy is a Marmara Sea.
So it will be. So say this is Turkey.
Yeah.
It's here.
Oh, you mean the south of Turkey? I thought like the south of Istanbul.
Oh no. Yeah. So whole south of Turkey.
That's very famous. It's like where Izmir is and
Yeah.
That's a tourist place. It's crazy.
But it's not. It's better than just a tourist. It's not just
Google
like.
Pamukkale.
I've never heard of that.
Never heard of Pamukkale?
No.
Oh yeah. Pamukkale is a world wonder. There's Pamukkale. There's what's the name, in the middle of Cappadocia. You have a city in the rocks, seems something like Petra, but you have houses in rock, in porous rock, and they do a balloon tours all over. It's amazing. But Pamukkale is like my favorite. It's just amazing. It's calcium carbonate coming from the mountain in water, like going down to the sea, and it forms the pools. That's amazing. Pamukkale. Pamuk is cotton. I don't know why. It's a Turkish word that came in Croatia. We have a lot of Turkish words. A long time on that word. But it's Istanbul is amazing. Just the history, Topkapi, Ayasofya. It's just I was 70 million people, super multicultural. Amazing of the Arab world, Russia, Europeans, there's tons of Russians, but they're making you know, 2 continents, the Spice Bazaar. It's 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the night, you cannot walk on the street. 7. It's crazy. I love it, and it's cheap. You can do, you feel like a millionaire, like you can go shopping. I bought these all the time for like $100.
To compare cigarettes up, like, to compare everything is that.
So COVID test is 17 bucks.
Yeah, it's so
Also,
and you get it quicker than how you get your hair.
That's also true. I actually got it so quick. I was wondering if she really did it.
It's like 3 hours or something, and it's like so cheap. Too good to be true.
Almost, right? Today your last day?
Tomorrow. It's the last day. I'm really
You're in early. You're in early. Yes, a little bit today. Yeah, there's chicken and beef.
Everything's too easy.
So all the extra pages can go on
Yeah, no, it was something was 12. Yeah. Oh my God. And then from 12 to 1. And I saw one who was pretty comfortably, you know, dropped the line, and it was a bit delayed.
I said to Jim responded very poorly.
Yeah, because
I said, how are you? He said, I'm good. It's easy, you know. You know, so do you, but it's easy, but it's not.
Wait, but I am. No, I mean, I am that person.
Do like a really not too serious, like something like a nerdy, like properly. That's good. That's good.
Oh my God, that is cursed. That is so cursed.
It's like you're about to like pounce at the camera.
You know, like, I was lecture. You see, oh, wait.
My life says I look like I settle it down.
No. No. No one's watching it. No, but no.
Cut it out.
Sigmund. Sean Sigmund informed DNA. Or Sigmund. Yeah, but what's just the name? Thomas.
Sigandese.
Simu. Oh. Think you are? Oh, wow. You really tried with this.
it's really great if we manage, to expand it to other indications. That could be an issue. I wonder about that mechanism. Because it seems like you still have to get something out of one cell and into the other. So I don't get. But I mean, it's an amazing thing. It's like treatment on eye. So yes, but when you see the contralateral effect, it's less than the direct effect on the drug. And when you treat the patient, it's better. So yeah. But if you look at the literature, it was shown actually that there is a picture of that's the first. Always learning, Yeah. That's really good news. They can learn, right? Yeah.
Very long outside, it becomes so quiet. Yes. But so close by. Yeah. I was in the city for my work. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody who works in that previous very expensive. In the city, yeah. Massachusetts, there's a English Street, English City. But there's one next to my house. Oh, really? And I live in the North Shore. Okay. Yeah. Did you eat in here? No. I was on a call. Really? How long are you here? And weird as well. Well,
And those are really nice cakes, so don't, well, you wait. The cake is, the cake is there when you come out. Exactly. Yeah. But we can eat. Yeah, we can. It's casual. That's really fine, yeah. But then we don't have to hold people up for another half an hour. Yeah. Okay. So we'll update, we'll update it on the software so that people at home knows what's going on. If they're fresh. If they're fresh. So do you want to ask for an hour? I thought what we're gonna have fill in. It's also, like 40 minutes. Yeah, Dan is here, so I'll be part of the program. Perfect. That's sweet. That was the 40. This one is great. This one is the one. Oh, it does, it's going to. And then I can have a drink. And then a few drinks. I was thinking of it last night. I was like, what if I could bring that? It's lucky I didn't see you yesterday because I came down. I was looking for you. I'm like, did she leave already? Oh, Monica? So great. I think that's her step. And that's the third model, and then we're saying, look, rather than trying to build out the team right now, that's what we're doing, and our team is experienced developers, so we want to install space, right, where vacancy exists. I think you can be anywhere, trying to get them to be. I feel close to it. No one's sitting on my chair. They're part, yeah, so we're a bit of a hybrid because we're represented by them, but we're investing into the team, community, and holding through clinical process. But we're more like this biotech. Okay.
When they go big, you really have a big.
Yeah, I mean, that's a close.
The other friend.
When you feel like it's, you know, it's yeah, it's so far. I mean, I have to do that.
make sure that it is. So we're ready for you. Let me. Okay, so we are back. Hopefully, if anyone's watching live, they're back too. I hope you all had a nice lunch. Our next session we have coming up, Simu I forgot. We'll have you speak, and we do have a little bit of a change in our agenda, and good news for all of you, we get out a little bit earlier. So Crystal is still not feeling well, so we've canceled the session right after this, and we'll just go straight into a conversation with Famita after this. So it'll get you out a little bit early, and we could all use a drink at this point. So, and I'll let you go.
Thank you. My name is Simu Thomas. Very nice to be here with following very nice conversations earlier today. And I'm glad that this is probably the only session where the seating arrangement qualifies because it's a round table. That's the name of the session, but we have multiple round tables. And I have a few slides to just promote the conversation, but I hope to learn from each of you as well. And that is the whole idea of a round table. So the topic of conversation is a little far ahead in the life cycle of a product when a product actually goes to the market. And the real question is all the fascinating innovations that you're all working, and I heard earlier during the lunch, prior to the lunch break, about products that are very meaningful. Do they actually reach the patient for whom they were intended? And that is a question that we all have to answer. I'm at Alexion, which is part of AstraZeneca Pharmaceuticals. I had a group called Health Economics and Outcomes Research. I also have to say that any views here is mine, and it's not as a representation of the organization, and that's the disclaimer that I will share. So a little bit of background with rare diseases. I've worked many years in the non-rare space. In the last 10 years, I've been in the rare space, and I've begun to appreciate this even more, that when we talk about rare diseases, there are peculiarities of the conditions that we have to always keep in mind. And this has an implication on research. Many of you are actually living this experience, but I thought it would be good to call out. The first thing is, the diagnosis odyssey. It takes about 5 to 7 years for a person to be diagnosed appropriately. And I live this experience. I have family members who have rare diseases. And even when you get diagnosis, every time you get a diagnosis, you think, oh, this is it. But then, a year later, it is something else. And so when a patient comes to a point of diagnosis, they've gone through lots of struggles. And that is something that we have to keep in mind when we are considering studies or things that we have to put in place to assess the value of a product. Many of these diagnoses are process of elimination. So, you don't have these things, so you probably have this. So it is not very black and white. There's a lot of uncertainty about it. Now, rare condition is never the same. And that is, again, was something that was discussed earlier. If I go to a physician and say, tell me how you would describe a typical patient with, a disease condition X, and the answer is, I don't know, because every patient is different. And this is interesting and important from a health technology assessment. I don't know if you're familiar with health technology assessment. It's a round table. Familiarity with health? Okay. So in a decision situation where an administrator is making a decision, they are making a decision for the population. And when we are trying to make a decision for the population, I'm trying to average out what the population is going to be. And when it comes to rare diseases, it is almost impossible to average out. And so what could be meaningful for the population need not be meaningful to the individual patient. Endpoints and outcomes need a lot of development. A lot of times we are struggling with, being fast to the market so that the patients who are in high need will be served, but then we don't have good endpoints. And so we try to then gather endpoints from existing conditions and trying to figure out what is the best way to prove that the product is beneficial. However, from a health technology perspective, the question is not whether the product is beneficial, how well is the product beneficial, to what extent? And because there are financials around that, and so my question is always going to be the magnitude of benefit rather than does the product work. We know that in terms of rare diseases, the costs are pretty high, and so one of the things that we also have to keep in mind is for rare disease patients, there's a lot of indirect cost, family burden, and the whole situation about things that are actually not paid by the payment system. It is actually not captured in any system. There was a study by Every Life Foundation that kind of showed that almost 55% of expenses for a rare disease patient is actually indirect cost. But indirect costs are usually not part of the health technology assessment. And therefore, when you come out with what is the magnitude of benefit worth a particular cost, there's a lot of issues there because not all costs are part of the equation. When you talk about health technology assessments, they were really not built for rare diseases. They were built for very common conditions. And so when you're trying to apply common conditions criteria to rare diseases, it just does not work. And I will go through a few scenarios for that or mentions for that. Specifically, when you talk about natural history study, there is no data on what happens if these patients don't get treated. There is experience, but it's not quantified to be able to make a generic statement. And of course, regulators and payers want randomized clinical trials, which almost is non-existent for rare diseases. It exists, but it is very challenging to have a full, 2 double randomized studies, which is what the expectation would be. And when it comes to payers, they have certain criteria that they use, and these criteria are actually developed from more commonly available disorders. And if you're using the same metric to assess, certainly will fail, will not work well. And so we have to have different assessment criteria for the value as well. And when it comes to treatment decisions and mechanisms, it is also very complex. A lot because most of these rare conditions don't have an approved treatment. So it is all based on experience. And you all know the statistic about only 5% of the products actually have an approved treatment. So how do you make the comparisons? So with all these things, real world evidence takes a central stage. So there is ongoing evolution of information over time. However, decisions are made in ad hoc times. And so there is a lack of maturity of data and endpoints as well, which is also a struggle. So, when it comes to access or making sure that the patient gets the product, I would say it should be a very multi-stakeholder partnership model, because we can't be in the situation where, say, it's you versus me. It is all of us sitting around the table. And, I put a few partners for the rare disease model, and you can see that many of them have different incentives to be part of this model. But the common incentive is that the patients get treated. And so the typical question about the value of a rare disease product kind of ends with each of these. But I think for the needs of the patient and for the promotion of products to patients in the rare disease community, we really have to look at what is it that we are doing for humanity, and what is it that we are doing from a societal perspective, and what is it that we are doing from an innovation perspective. Because a lot of times we do come out with products, but then our viewpoints are very short term. And instead of asking what is in it for me, that we should actually change the question when it comes to rare diseases. So there was a recent paper that by Zamora et al. They looked at orphan medical products in the European context to see what proportion of products actually got patient access. So if you look at the time period between 2000 and 2016, we have about 143 products that got approved by EMA. But then the real question is, how many of these products actually reached patients? So you can see by different countries, the process in each of these countries is different, and they use different metrics. So we can see Germany has 93%, all the way to 32%. There's just a handful of countries. So you can see, depending on where you live, you may or may not have access to these products. And so, it's one thing to have, work for 5-10 years to bring a product to the market, but if patients are not able to receive it, it's not a good situation. Now, that is not actually black and white either, because time to market access is also very important. So because the decisions and evaluations and assessments gets very complex, you can see it takes almost 2 years for a product from the point of approval to the point where patients receive the product. That is not the case in the United States. It's a far better situation, I want to call out, because we are on the US soil. And you can also see that, depending on the country, the average time to access also goes over time. And sometimes, the decision of no decision is actually a decision of no access. And so we have to keep that in mind as well. So I know it's a round table, so I'm going to end with my last slide, just calling out a few things. So when we talk about what are the criteria that we have to include in a typical health technology assessment, it is very well established for common disorders. And so I want to call out a few things that are specifically over and above for the rare conditions, right? And so size of the population, it really is a situation that we have to address. The composition of the individuals, the diversity of the population is very important. And so sometimes health technology assessments, or they kind of have some criteria to say, if you are ultra rare, you will have this, everything else is something else. But we all know that size is a continuum. So you can't say if it is 10 versus 200 versus 2 million. You have to have a gradation of consideration when you're thinking about these products. I already mentioned about diversity and burden. We have to make sure that when we are making these assessments for a group of people, that the needs of an individual is actually taken care of, right? So if you have a condition that is affecting the whole body, for the people who have a problem above the neck and the people who have problem on the limbs, they behave very differently. And the impact is very different. But in a clinical trial, they're all put together into the same trial. They have the same blunt instrument to make sure that we are assessing benefit, and it kind of washes out. So we have to keep that diversity into consideration when we are making these assessments. The diagnostic challenges is also very important, and is very important here because when we talk about payers and administration of patient access, the criteria of whom a patient is for the product goes to the diagnostic criteria. And if the diagnostic criteria is not black and white, it becomes very difficult. Who is the patient who would qualify to receive this treatment? So that is another consideration that we have to have specifically in the rare disease community. Disease heterogeneity, because we have conditions that are manifestations of multiple presentations of the disease. So you can't just have one presentation of the disease or one biomarker, it's multitude. Study challenges. I was trying to recently execute a study where I needed 100 patients. I have to go to 150 centers, right? That is not the case in common disorders. Or yesterday I read a statistic that 30% of all rare disease clinical trials end prematurely because they don't have enough patients. So that is something that is very unfortunate. We have to keep that into consideration, especially when there is a big demand on data that is very robust and not at all uncertain. Endpoints, I think we mentioned it briefly. So the endpoint may not be the perfect endpoint for the disease, but that was the validated endpoint that was available at the time of study. So can we be a little bit more opportunistic in looking at other areas where the disease has an impact or the product has an impact? Data maturity as well. And when you looked at the areas where the patient access was not given, a lot of the reasons were that data was not clear cut or the clinical trial was too short to make a decision for a lifetime of treatment. That to me is a little bizarre because you are trying to make a decision based on clinical trial, right? We don't have real world evidence. And so to use that as a reason is a considerable one, but can there be flexibility in saying that, you know, let's work together in partnership to collect data as we make these decisions as well. Health equity is something that is strongly needs to be considered. In a health technology forum, people are trying to make good decisions. I'm not saying bad decisions, good decisions for the population. But we also have to consider not only equity for the population, but is what is equitable to an individual, right? So what is good for the population may not be good for the individual. So we also have to consider the individuality of the option that is given. A lot of times, you know, there are no approved treatments. And so when we say prove it versus standard of care, every country has a different standard of care because none of them are approved. And so how do you make these comparisons? And you know, the reason why I'm building all these things are, these are all good reasons why a decision may not take place. But again, a late or slow decision may lead to no access, and we have to be considerate about these things when we are making these, you know, elements into the decision. And when you talk about health technology assessments, there are several different approaches depending on the country: relative effectiveness, comparative effectiveness research, multi-criteria decision analytics, or, you know, cost effectiveness. Depending on the country, different methodologies are adopted. But every methodology has its implications. So in a rare disease situation, which is the best approach to take? When you don't have data, having no data is sometimes viewed as having no benefit. And so sometimes we are in a situation that there is no data, so there is no benefit, and so there is no reimbursement. As versus to, okay, let's try to collaborate to build the data together to make a decision. And this is the case as we move from the RE to CER to MCDA to CEA. The more you go to the right, the more data you need. And therefore, when you're going to the right side of those equations, if you don't have enough data, you will actually come to wrong conclusions. And this is something I wanted to put this in the center, but you know, the patient's perspective is really, really, really important, because administrators would like to convert patient experience into a number or a tool. But then in a rare disease case, what is happening to the living nature of a patient is something always, you know, not well understood or well appreciated as well. And when we say the patient, it's not just the patient, it's also the family and the society as well. And that is the reason we have to be really, you know, considerate about the patient's perspective when you're making these decisions. I put the investment perspective there because it is related to the size of the population. We know that the Orphan Drug Act was actually put in place so that there would be appropriate investments being made even when the size of the population is not commercially viable. So when these products come to market, we have a large amount of value, but concentrated on a few number of patients. And so from an investment perspective, we have to make sure that those investments, there's a return. So that is also something that is considered when it comes to these decisions. And you know, I'll make my final plea about these things, that all of these criteria has to be considered in the context of having the societal or innovation perspective, and also what is good for humanity. Because if you don't consider that, it is going to be challenging to make decisions for individual constituents which need not be necessarily incentivized for the whole humanity. So given that this is an open conversation roundtable, I thought I'll throw out a couple of questions and open up for dialogue. So we all know that about 5% of the rare diseases have an approved treatment, and so Orphan Drug Act was in place to facilitate innovation. But actually, if you take it forward, we do have products coming into the market, but the question is, do patients have access to those products? And so to facilitate patient access, what are the different things that we have to consider in addition to the ODA? And the second question is, what are, I gave a few examples, but there could be others in the room, or one way or the other that you want to consider for health technology assessments, with the objective that patients finally do get access to the products that we are able to innovate. So open forum.
Are we talking to you, or are we talking to our table?
Across tables, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Switch it to podium form. Talk to anybody.
What's the question again, just specifically?
So to ensure that patients have access to products that are coming into the market from a rare disease perspective for health technology assessments, the typical consideration is that more commonly available approaches are implemented. But for rare diseases, do we agree, disagree? Do we think there are ideas of what special considerations need to be in place for technology assessments?
I'll just start off. I mean, my opinion, I guess some of it depends on the advocacy group with that disease. How strong are they?
Yeah.
Where? I don't know how you fix that. That's number one. Because if you have a very strong advocacy group with that patient, with that disease area, patients will be aware and have support getting access to some of these life-saving drugs.
Mm-hmm.
That's my one comment. And then number two, even though it's available, sometimes there's some red tape involved, which takes quite a fight to navigate through it. Not everyone can do that.
Yeah.
Along those lines, you mentioned the burden, like family burden and other kind of personal burdens that are not captured classically in the trial. So I'm curious if there are either technology captured or other forms. How can that be accelerated or standardized in form of captures to specifically influence the payer market, for example, the US, or government reimbursement in these countries to allow to have access to these places?
Yeah.
I was going to comment. So no, I don't think we have enough to facilitate patient access for orphan drugs. I think, especially when you look across lines, state lines, country lines, we have countries out there who have absolutely no access to these things and no way of even knowing about them until they talk to other patient groups. I agree with you on the patient advocacy groups. I don't think they're as effective as they need to be. Some of them, I know we have people like Monica who are amazing, Kristen, but I don't think we have that real push to involve those advocacy groups. And I think some of these advocacy groups just aren't even knowledgeable about where this is going. I think you need the special considerations. Oh gosh, there's so many. But I do think it just needs more of that holistic approach, right? Really pulling in all of the stakeholders to enable this. But I also think one thing we don't consider is we're all patients, and we all deal with the same things, but our locations affect our treatments. And so data now crosses lines that our treatment options don't. And so we're going to have to learn how to mix tech with empathy in healthcare and try to figure out how to. I don't have answers, but that's my thoughts.
Yeah.
I think on your, I think you made some really good points. I think on your prior, square boxes, which is a really good slide. One of the things is the ability to measure the impact on patients and endpoints. And in the rare disease space in particular, there are not disease-specific
Yeah.
And so getting the FDA to the point, or the regulators, to really understand that it's important to make that critical part. You know, I'll just use an example. We do a lot of work in oncology and rare oncology. The instruments that were developed to actually measure impact are blunt. There's absolutely no signal. And so if you'll PC30 as an example, every company uses that instrument in a clinical study. Why? Because it's the only one, and nobody wants to take risk. But when you're looking for changes over time and responsiveness, it isn't there. It's not because the instrument's bad, it's because the therapy has evolved so significantly that we're not using dicarbazine in people today, we're using immunotherapy and gene therapy. And as the treatment changes, the instruments to measure the impact of that. So that would be the one thing that then affects pricing reimbursement and value-based payments, because you don't see the impact on patients based on the instruments that are using in their blunt. I think that should be a key consideration. And I think the point around health equity and what you mentioned is very true, because it also ties into health literacy. Where you live, access to treatment, your ability, where you went to school. I mean, we've looked at a lot of the census data, and it definitely impacts your health. And how that's a confounder that, you know, isn't really considered.
Thank you.
So a couple of comments. So I don't think I need that.
People online. For the people online.
Yeah. So in answer to question number one, I think the answer is definitely yes. That access has not followed along because of the Orphan Drug Act, but I don't think the Orphan Drug Act was actually conceived to provide access. It's there to provide a drug. Access is a different consideration. And following on to your question number two, that also plays into the health technology assessment. You've got the system split basically globally between a group of individuals who make a decision as to whether a drug should be quote unquote on the market approved for the treatment of a particular disease. You've got another group of individuals who make a decision as to whether or not it's going to get paid for. And that's where the difficulty lies. So ODA brought medicines into the marketplace, but it didn't provide for paying for them for the patients who needed it. And to go on to your question number two, I think, again, that is a problem with the health technology assessments. Part of the issue there is that in many of the cases where the data, much of that is designed basically to deny payment or to reduce payment out of the system for the drugs. And in many cases where there's absence of definitive data, the default answer is going to be a no. So a classic example of that would be for interferons in multiple sclerosis. NICE in England refused to provide adequate payment and reimbursement and availability of these medicines because they were expensive. They didn't feel that they provided any slowing of the progression of the disease. That data was developed over a period of roughly a decade and came out later. And NICE had to backpedal. Basically had a group of individuals in England, Scotland and Wales, who were denied the benefit of this treatment and suffered much more severe disease as a consequence of that. So one of the things there with the health technology assessments should be in the areas where the data is a bit fuzzy or not particularly clear, the default answer probably should be yes, and let the case for the negative be proved in terms of reducing or denying payment or access to the medications. And you know, I guess one final comment here, then I'll shut up. You know, some of the things, it is a difficult assessment that has to be made. Do you provide a drug for one patient at a cost of $1 million, or do you vaccinate 1,000 kids in the population for that same $1 million? And that's a really hard decision to make. NICE, again, to use them as an example, puts a price on life, puts a price on suffering, and makes a very
some would say nasty decision about the value of the life and the value of the symptoms and suffering that the patient has. Not acceptable here in the United States, but it's a different perspective in different parts of the world.
Yeah.
Do you think that along that same line, like the idea of if the drug's approved, could there, it's not very normal, traditional American medicine, but the idea of like, look, you get this rare disease, rare drug approved for a small population, does it imply that the federal government will pay for it and supply it to a certain population for the free pricing period or some period of time until these other, is it reasonable?
So I think that's
process could be linked to that, and then you wouldn't have this kind of personal or corporate kind of view upon it.
My own opinion goes back to the statement that I just made about where the data is a little bit obscure. The default should be to the positive. So I think in Europe, Asia, United States, North America, wherever, if it's approved, then it should be something that should be available from the healthcare system in that particular country at some price, at some reasonable level. I think the other thing that sort of is a corollary to this, I question why there's a need on the regulatory side in many cases to provide statistically significant evidence of efficacy. I think if you prove the drug is safe, we can work on developing the data for efficacy over time, again, default to the positive. We've sometimes seen that happen here in the United States, where patient groups have come in and supported drugs, where there's been some question on the absolute efficacy of the drug and the disease. And that's probably, for the patients with these rare diseases, a better approach than the typical approach of having larger numbers of patients and statistically significant, quote unquote, clinically meaningful endpoints that are now providing that efficacy. I know that that's really a necessity in the rare disease world.
One second, he had a point to make, and then I'll come back. Yeah.
I want to widen it out a little bit because I think you could break the globe down into a couple of different zones. We talk around health technology approaches, we talk about licensing. Still only probably half the world's population are exposed to that health. Yeah, we're talking about diseases here, organ diseases, which are around the world, but there's so many countries out there that frankly, there ain't diagnostics to identify them. And absolutely, the pharma biotech company isn't going to launch those programs. So there is, I think, an obligation us as an public community to start to ask those questions around, particularly the patient advocacy, is hold the companies to account. What are they going to do to either bring the patients to the countries where they can get access to the drug, or the other way? That's one piece. The other piece is, and again, I'm addressing this patient advocacy as well. You look at a health technology assessment, nice with my overalls, etc., looking at them, they're still very contained down to the health costs. They're not looking at what we in Europe call the social care costs. And if you have, what is the social care cost? Because it tends to be paid for by different parts of the government. And as we all know, how do you get two people never to talk, sit in different parts of the same organization? It's called the government. So, that whole piece around trying to capture the whole cost of the orphan drug, the whole cost of the rare disease, we're not even close to doing it. We agonize around the cost of some of these high cost drugs. We start throwing the social care costs in, it pays for itself in 6 months. But we're not doing that, and I think that's a movement that the rare disease community needs to start doing, to put that pressure on and make it almost as if when you're doing the health technology assessments, what is the social care cost to that? And a few years ago, I was an elected official in the organisation handling the social care. We had 3 rare disease patients came through. It put a hole in our budget of over 10 million GBP. And it was just like gripes that moved into our area. There was no central funding for that. But I quote it as a level of how much impact it can make on the social care. And that's, I think, something that's not talked about in the community at all. We need to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. That's right.
So I agree with what was said, and part of that is a societal perspective, and I was listening to the conversation, and in the US, I know several years ago, maybe 2 decades ago, there was this Oregon league table, right, where people had to vote and decide what they were going to fund until their child became sick, and somebody needed, right, a procedure done. And so I think all of these discussions are really important, but until we take the societal perspective, we're not going to be able to get too far in the discussion. I also wanted to comment on statistical significance and how we're looking for an impact, whether it's efficacy or effectiveness. I mean, in 2001, there were early papers published already in the paper that looked at the fact that the p-value actually doesn't characterize. I mean, by the time you get to a significant p-value, particularly if you're looking at quality of life, et cetera, you're never going to get there. So again, I think we need to look at what's already been done, looking at the minimally important difference, the clinically important differences, and what's important for a patient. And the only other thing I wanted to say really is we focus so much on, getting treatments to patients, which is really critical. But if you actually ask a patient whether they'd rather be alive with what they have, so using standard gamble, or they'd rather be dead, and I know that sounds very crass. We never do that. We're making decisions on behalf of others without truly talking to those people about what's important for them. And that goes all the way back to being in danger. Some people would rather not be than to live the way that they are. We can't do that.
Do we have anyone else with any comments, questions? I think you may be free.
Okay, thank you. I did note down all your comments, so they are very well appreciated as well. So thank you.
Where is Eugene? You're up next.
Oh, this is what you done.
I don't know, it's just there.
I entertain myself, so.
Where's the next one? And I think Jocelyn is working on your slide. You have a few slides?
Yeah, actually, I didn't have
It's
slides.
on the-
but
is it
then
on the USB or
when,
did you email it?
the previous presenter started, I was like, this is exactly what I'm going to be talking about. I came up with the chart idea as well. I was sitting right there.
Okay, so we get to
Because
see
it's going to be a continuation of the discussion that we're having, but I'll try to put it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what Eugene can come up with. And how active he keeps us. Let's see.
And what are you planning on?
So I'm the health technology assessment guy, so I actually do them.
Yeah.
So this was it.
On
I was
this
like,
email,
oh
right?
no. All right. So, but this
It's
is
on
good.
this
This is
email.
good. So, and I'm
Maybe on
also
JPR,
from. I work for care. So let's see.
Oh.
Yeah, I need a couple of shields.
Yeah,
but,
right.
But I think it's gonna be.
We
good.
have tomatoes in the back, if any.
Actually, it's good. I'll start with the good news. That's why I was like, let me get some of the slides that I have from different places just to get an idea.
Well, I love the fact that you admitted you're from the payer side.
Oh yeah, it's in my profile.
I have to comment that it's actually the payer that health patients get the fault.
Oh,
I'll get it from you. I couldn't say that in the next room for EAP, but here I can. So I'm sorry.
Here you're welcome.
Here,
See?
there.
It's a whole different crowd.
So get your questions ready.
Yes.
You're thinking about it.
I'm gonna try to do it just like
Slightly different.
Yeah, I did.
I can't find it anywhere.
Hold for a minute.
I can just put it in here, it's easier.
And while we get the slides ready.
Yeah, no, this is.
Oh, there's it.
Okay, so there it is.
He didn't send it.
He didn't.
Yeah.
Just to start off strong.
Maybe there. Yeah.
Yeah, there is.
We could drag it.
What's this?
So did everybody get something out of this conference? One piece of information that you can
So
walk
we
away with?
on Zoom we stream that, right?
Yes.
Oh,
It's on share. Just check that.
So what company are you with?
Independent Blue Cross.
Independent.
yeah.
Nice. All right.
Yes.
Are we ready?
Yep. All right. All right. Sorry about the
Thank you.
delay.
Take it away.
Thank you. We are good online too, right?
We are good online. Are you ready?
Good. Okay. Sure.
We're good.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for staying for the second day. I know we're getting close to the end. So Eugene Giomala, I am a senior research analyst for medical policy and most importantly, technology evaluation for Independence Blue Cross. For folks who are not familiar with the Blue Cross, is the Blue Cross Blue Shield Association, close to 40 plans, all independent, no relation to the name actually for the company that I work for. So I've been with that company for close to 14, 15 years now, right? In the same department, doing medical policy and technology evaluation. So obviously, I enjoy it. And there's one reason for that, because of the differentiations that we have to make depending on the situation that is involved. So this is actually not something that I put together for this roundtable, because I was expecting a more traditional roundtable, right? We sit around, folks go from table to table, and then we have a discussion about it. So I was thinking from that particular perspective. But as soon as I saw Simu's presentation, I was like, he's talking about a number of things that I have. Let me try to use some of the stuff that I have stored in order to come up with a different conversation. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the questions that I had in mind. So I understand not everybody's going to be from the US marketplace, but and this is open to everybody. If you are familiar with the FDA approval process for rare diseases, what do you know about it and how do you feel about it? You can combine both of them. And if you are not familiar with the FDA, wherever your location is, whatever regulatory environment you're familiar with, if you can comment on that.
Bring this to other
Sure.
tables. Who wants to comment? Otherwise, I'm going to call on somebody.
So we can stick with the easy part of it. What do you generally know about specifically in this space?
So it is our FDA
approval process, what their requirements are, and then.
My thoughts.
Our thoughts.
Seems like it has to kind of modernize itself a little bit. Seems like it's stuck at a certain point, or it's a little stringent.
Okay.
And as of lately, it's kind of been inconsistent. So those are general comments. Maybe we'll get some discussion going.
So you would like it to modernize from a perspective to catch up to what certain evidentiary threshold it should be asking for in this space?
Well, it seems that they're stuck on certain outcomes, and there's a reason for that, but rare disease shouldn't apply. It should bend it a little bit, where many patients could benefit from some treatments that, unfortunately, based on the FDA approval system, they can't get access to.
Okay. So they're a bit of a dinosaur. Okay, get it? Any other points?
Just occurring as a little bit, perhaps. Sure. Perhaps they recognize their global impact, especially in the rare disease space, where if these drugs and these efforts are not being made globally, various issues that we've discussed over the last couple of days, the FDA recognized that and perhaps become a little bit more flexible, a little bit more faster to act and free up its responsibilities, consider its broader responsibilities to serve even a wider population.
Sure, great points. And I wanted to make sure that I get it, and because this particular slide, and I'm hoping that the online folks can access and see it as well, is where kind of gives you the background of how FDA looks at it and what they have to say about it. And I provide this. Don't worry about the no picture thing. It should be available, and you should be able to take it, the references. Now, this is something that I was talking about earlier this morning in next door for EAP as well. So this is the traditional way of doing things, and this is what you will be using in regular health technology assessment in order to come up with it. But let me go back to I'm going to go back to the FDA part of it. From a payer perspective, and this is specifically from a US perspective, yes, things are changing as far as accelerated approvals are concerned, how FDA goes about doing their business. But one thing, and I am thankful for that, and I don't foresee that changing anytime soon, is when it comes to the FDA approval in orphan disease, rare disease, orphan drug space, for there not to be a benefit in place, depending on the plan, and usually it's pretty uniform across the board, that there is coverage that is provided. There may be some certain criteria that would be introduced. However, majority of the time, at least in the experience that I've had, and obviously you run into this situation few and far in between, if there's an FDA approval involved, there's going to be reimbursement in place, right? There's going to be certain reimbursement in place. But what we touched upon, so let me take a pause there because that's a major point, right? So let me repeat it. So this would apply across the board. Even if you find, and I'm talking about from a commercial space, right? Not the Medicare, Medicaid, federally regulated space. They have their own agenda and own sort of frameworks, how they achieve reasonable and necessary. Maybe it's not applicable to the patient population that they're trying to do it. So just keep those considerations. Mostly from a commercial payer perspective, if it does have FDA approval, that particular intervention in the drug and biologic space is going to be a covered service. Again, like I said, there may be certain criteria that may be introduced. So is that super surprising to you folks, or was that something that is a common knowledge? You are saying a yes. Sure. So perfect. So that's any other comments on that? No. All right. So let me use the example at this point of SMA, right? So spinal muscular atrophy. We have recently Zolgensma, not recently, it's been over a year. Zolgensma was approved from a gene therapy perspective. Now, obviously, a rare disease, you already had Spinraza, which was working on the SMN2 part instead of SMN1, which is what Zolgensma will be is working on. So you already had that in the marketplace, but there was still an unmet clinical need for it. So from that particular perspective, I wanted to use that as an example to especially to showcase how FDA approval comes into play. Now, what happened with Zolgensma was that there was a pilot study, and we're talking about less than 20 patients. This is something with the previous presentation touched upon. You walk in with when you're performing a technology assessment, even if let's say if the benefit structure was not in a way where if something is FDA approved, a drug or biologic is FDA approved, then you go ahead and build criteria around it and perform reimbursement. But the points that the previous presentation was bringing up of changing your threshold and your requirements for FDA for rare disease or orphan disease, and using models. And let me go to that particular one example of that model. This particular one, I think this was one of the examples that was used. The MCDA, the multi-criteria decision analysis. So those frameworks are available and should be the ones that should be used instead of the traditional hierarchy that I showed you. You should not, for SMA, for, like I said, for Zolgensma, we're talking about less than 20 patients upon which FDA approval was based upon. And if you go back to my previous point, including gene therapy, drugs, biologicals, gene therapy, if there's an FDA approval involved, there's benefit structures in place in the commercial marketplace where there will be reimbursement for it. Now, yes, there's criteria that was introduced, and I'm going to use the example. I actually authored the policy on it, that when you look at the study that was submitted, the pilot study that was submitted to the FDA and gained FDA approval, majority of the patients, if not, I'm sorry, let me correct myself, all the patients had 2 copies of SMN2. So that is built into the criteria. So that's where the combination of the actual data that is submitted, if it's peer-reviewed and published to FDA, and the FDA approval came in, and they sort of married together in order to come up with medical necessity criteria. Now, from that particular perspective, I'm just going to ask a general question. So yeah, we are covering one of the therapies for SMA, right? There are a couple of other therapies. One preceded the gene therapy approval, and one came as oral afterwards. So we are all, as peers, do you expect us to cover all three that are FDA approved? Again, one works on one mechanism, one is a gene therapy, the third one is an oral one. So what do you think happens when there's three options for SMA in the marketplace? We're going to pay for one, right? And the cheapest one, you think?
Well, now I'm getting up to Karen.
Okay.
So one would think that you would do the oral, because there are three enough.
When you say you would do the oral, you mean from a reimbursement perspective?
Reimbursement
Okay.
perspective. However, the three drugs actually work on different types of
Yes.
SMA. And so therefore, what the insurer would do would be very specific about what they would cover, hoping that the physician would pick up on the fact that they need to choose the correct drug. So in that case, the reimburser is actually interested in two things. Actually, they're more interested in the accuracy of the use of the drug than they are in the cost.
Right. That was a great answer. I have a couple of comments, but I want to make sure some other folks also, if they want to make a comment. So let you go ahead. We have one.
I know this market reasonably well. The interesting, your point of view, okay, is these aren't mutually exclusive uses. You're already getting leading positions in this area going, well, we'll do the gene therapy, but we'll probably top off with the other two.
Oh, interesting.
And and we've seen that across pretty well every therapy area ever. That, we'll think cardiac, think oncology, started off with just use one and then physician it around, we'll use the combination of them.
Okay.
So I think you'll get physician pressures across all.
Okay. All right. I remember that. I remember this. So remember, this was I'm asking, I'm not giving you what actually is happening. I'm just getting a landscape. So, but I'm going to come back to that point, because it's going to make me look good. So I'm going to come back to that point. Yeah. So.
Anyone else with a thought?
With a thought. All right. So I'm glad that, and this is and I was like, when I was thinking of this particular example, I have few others as well, but I wanted to, like I have this example, but I wanted to stick with SMA for this particular purpose, because as you correctly stated, we have type 0 to type 4 when it comes to SMA. So there's different types that are involved. When it comes to Spinraza, which is working the mechanism for which, and let me go back to a certain point, which I think will be useful for us as I'm talking about it. So if you look at this particular thing, right? I know it's a busy slide, but there's focus on the mechanism of the disease as well when FDA is taking a look at it, right? So what happened with SMA is that first Spinraza came about. It was increasing the expression of SMN2, your compensation protein, instead of SMN1, right? To make it easy. And I'm sure pretty much everybody knows about Spinraza. So what happened with Spinraza was it received this FDA approval. So obviously, like I stated before, it has FDA approval 99.9% of the time, if not even 100% of the time. There are slight changes that are happening now because of the accelerated approval world, but within this particular space for orphan drug and rare diseases, everybody started covering from a pair market perspective. Everybody started covering Spinraza. What happened with Spinraza is that it increased its aggregation of evidence where it went into different types of different types of SMA, and as it gained more and more traction, there was an enhancement in FDA approval and also coverage criteria. So we cover Spinraza. Everybody still covers Spinraza. Spinraza is expensive, but let's come to the actual expensive part, which is millions of dollars for one shot, which was your Zolgensma gene therapy. When that came about, obviously because of the intervention type, like I stated before, you're talking about extremely small sample size, but we should have been mentally prepared for that already from a technology assessment perspective. And also, we're talking about less than 20 patients for the only peer-reviewed published data that is out there. So I'm talking about less than 20, or I believe, if don't quote me on this, around 15 patients, right? FDA gave its approval. Gene therapy, you're working on the actual target, which is the SMN protein production. Now, as soon as it came about, this is going back to your particular point, Spinraza's coverage position didn't change, it's still medically necessary, and we started covering, and so did the whole commercial marketplace, Zolgensma as well, right? But going back to your point, Doc, we had to understand that there's difference in patient population. There's an overlap between the patient population that was getting Spinraza, who had 2 copies of SMN2, which would put them into a certain type, and then Zolgensma as well, where there was data available for it. So again, that's going back to your particular point that both of them are covered, but I'm going to come to the combination piece of it. Then what happened a couple of years later, again, the exact timeline is slipping my mind, you got the oral agent for it, which was a different benefit because of its oral. It was a pharmacy benefit, but obviously due to and the first 2 are medical management. But in order to provide the comprehensive benefit package, that is covered as well. So that's the good news about it as far as the orphan drug and rare disease is concerned and I'm not just speaking on behalf of one commercial payer. You see this across the board where all 3 therapies are being covered at this particular point. So that goes back to this particular slide talks about it, where you have to take into consideration differences in mechanism, then still unmet clinical need is going to be there. Then you have an oral agent versus IV. And then for gene therapy, obviously there's a number of outstanding questions that are out there, but still it should be something that should be made available given the continuous unmet need. Now, let me go back to that particular point. So I think this was raised. So we cover everything. That's the good part. Criteria is built. A question for the audience is, remember I keep mentioning for the gene therapy portion, I'm getting a 5-minute sign, so I'm going to be quick about this, right? So so this is where I think where you're going to marry up the health technology assessment piece versus the FDA piece. You're making me nervous because you're giving me only 5 minutes. All right, so what happened, and I'll try to cover some of this in the closing panel stuff. So just real quick, FDA approved Zolgensma, which is a gene therapy. If you're less than 2 years old, you get it. They didn't introduce any specific criteria. But we have criteria in place due to the peer-reviewed publication that is involved, which is you have 2 SMN copies. If you don't, then it's experimental investigational at this time. How do you feel about that? So we do cover Zolgensma, right, per FDA approval. However, we have introduced criteria due to the availability of only having 1 peer-reviewed publication available. So when you compare gene therapy coverage versus Spinraza, it's going to differ. How do you folks feel about that? Do you believe that's the right track to do, or we should be covering it for age 2 years and younger? It's a tough question.
Well, nervous about 2 years and under already. So hold on.
So the key is the fact that 2 years and under, the drugs appear to make a significant difference in both quality of life, caregiver quality of life, and probably life expectancy. I don't know enough about the drug, but I would suspect so. In which case, then it becomes more ethically indicative of me requiring payment.
So yes, perfect answer. I won't belabor the point. It depends on the outcomes. It depends on the peer-reviewed publications that are available and the recognition that there's ongoing studies for the gene therapy portion where they're looking at increased number. If you look at the first product that was approved, which was Spinraza in this space, they continue to aggregate for different types, and that's what we can go by. So when FDA approval is in place, keeping an eye on clinical trials data and peer-reviewed publications becomes important. So I'll leave it at that. I'm just going to introduce this particular slide, and in the last presentation, I know we talked about it. When you take into consideration such as small sample size and the type of studies that can be done, I just wanted to put it out there. I don't have time to go through the other figures that were there. This is a bit dated systematic review, but it's actually good because it kind of gets to the point I wanted to do. This is from about 8 years ago, and the take-home message for this particular one is that despite the fact where folks say that this high-quality studies cannot be done, if you put your heads together and the resources are there, there should be, as you stated, you should be able to establish the safety and effectiveness looking at the relevant outcomes. So there is a possibility for folks to go ahead and perform the highest quality studies. I'm not saying RCTs all the time. So Zolgensma didn't have RCT, Spinraza didn't have RCT, but try to achieve for the highest possible evidence that is out there. Some of the take-home messages, this is again coming from the FDA. You have to recognize the small population, obviously, but then also you have to recognize what comes with that particular territory and not ask for high quality, large sample sizes. And a great point was brought up before where clinical significance becomes important. And that point was brought up from this particular table there. And as you can see, FDA still says, they don't say do RCTs, but they say well-controlled trials when possible for sustainable evidence. So any, I know I'm probably over my 5 points, but there's a point there.
I'm curious about the dynamic between the data capture for FDA and how long it takes an organization like yours to make these reviews. Are you getting through? Do you see these data coming? Are you able to assess it in parallel with the FDA and basically have your program in place upon approval and be ready, or does it take you 6 months of that material?
So I'll give you your $5 afterwards because you're making me look good again. So there you go. Yes, on the day of approval, and that happens because of so all of the gene therapies that are going on right now, that is part of my assignment as well. We are keeping up to even before they are sending any literature, and we have connections with these companies as well. As by connection, what I mean is the reach out regarding discussions and presentations, and we have our own repository where we keep a track of not just gene therapy, but I'm going to use that as an example, where they are then phase 1, phase 2, and continuously do the reviews from that particular perspective. Obviously, we won't have access to what is submitted to the FDA right away, but if you keep track with this, and when the FDA approval comes about, we have done our homework already, and like knock on wood, so far it's been that as soon as the FDA approval comes about, or one way or the other, we have a medical policy with criteria ready for it. So it's simultaneous. But homework needs to be done for that. And that's for my company. I'm pretty sure others are the same way as well.
Great.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
And you will have access to Eugene's
Yes.
site and swap card. And Eugene, how long are you going to be here?
I'm going to do the closing panel with you, I think.
With me.
Yeah,
I
yes.
mean, but afterwards, if someone
Oh,
wants
yeah,
to
yeah. I
talk
should
to
be
you.
here.
Okay. So
Thank you,
he'll be
everybody.
around if anyone wants to talk to him. And we're going to put me this thing up. We're going to do our last closing panel. Jocelyn, so yeah, I want to make sure we see all of it. Oh, we can't. We need someone else to adjust the camera.
Christine, you're on the panel too.
I know I am. That's why I'm walking over with the mic. And Famita, you're moderating our panel today, right? Eugene, are you ready to come
Yes,
up?
I should have just stayed.
You should have stayed. Got it.
Okay, panelists.
All right. This is our closing panel too. So we'll pretty much be done after this. If any, and I think a few of us are
Do you
hanging
wanna
out.
turn
If
this
anyone
off?
needs to talk to anyone or wants to talk to anyone. Do you want this microphone?
No, I
You've
think
got all
I'll use
those.
this one. Thank you.
I'm gonna turn this one.
All right, welcome to our panelists. So I think you've all met each other, but just as a quick introduction, yes, reintroduce. We have Eugene Giovanmal, the Senior Research Analyst at Independence Blue Cross. We have Christine Van Rasfelt, who is the founder and CEO of People with Empathy. I hope I pronounced your name properly.
Yes.
And Dan Louie, who are you, Dan? No, Dan, who is the founder of the CATS Foundation, one of the co-founders, and also works at Pulse InfoFrame. I think all three of you bring such a unique perspective to the discussion, which is really important. And the topic today is global collaborations to improve diagnosis and care for persons living with a rare disease. I know that, Dan, you want to talk a little bit about newborn screening and screening. I'm going to actually, anybody who knows me knows that I don't actually follow script. So I'd like you to talk about, in that general topic, collaboration to improve diagnosis and care. And care includes everything from, obviously, funding, diagnosis, screening. So Dan, let's start with you and your interpretation of what that means.
So one of the big challenges we have in the rare disease space is one, having treatments, two, having patients. And so one of the challenges we're always having our organisation with our treatments is, where are the patients? How can we find them? And it gets even more technical when they start saying, look, we need patients for our clinical study, but they need to fit this exact criteria: 15 months of age, minimal symptomology, blah, 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 blah. And we really struggle to find them. And so when I go back to the company and say, well, we need a newborn screening program to find these patients, we then approach the kind of regulators, we approach all the governments, the different countries about having a newborn screening program. We're told, well, you don't have a treatment. And we don't have a treatment, we have a company interested. And I said, that's great, don't get the clinical trial started. Well, we need to find patients, so can you help us find patients? Can we get newborn screening set up? They say, no, you don't have a treatment. We end up going around in a big circle all the time because we need patients, we need to identify them early. And one of the big challenges that I think we need to change, not just from, individual disease groups, I think it needs to be global, is if a company is working on a treatment, has relatively good safety data, let's just get them added to newborn screening panel, because we can identify the patients early, we can get the drug in them early, and the impact that has on the child, but also the children, and also for the family unit is huge, because you improve the quality of life for everyone. You don't have people becoming full-time carers. Their cost burden to them, society goes down because they can continue with their careers. Now, my wife and I have an example where our careers, I was in finance, she worked in production management for children's work. We don't do that anymore. We have to change careers because it didn't fit our family situation at that time. So I really believe that we need to start looking at the bigger picture, that we need to work out how we can find patients early, and everyone needs to be really looking beyond what we have now to what we can have in the future in terms of treatment options and how we can find those patients. That's kind of my perspective, what I've been trying to drive forward.
Thank you, Dan. Christine, talk to us a little bit about breaking down barriers for access, because that's a very, you can't have access if you haven't been diagnosed.
Yeah.
So.
Is this on? Oh. No, it wasn't on.
I was just talking.
He was just talking. Here we go. Now it's on. I was like, you sound very quiet. Access. I think we're living in a strange world now. Like we said, your zip code determines a lot of things, but the access to other things is not available everywhere we are. And I had this in my closing statement, but I guess I'll say it now. It's really, as rare disease patients, we're similar, but our treatments and the way we're treated is dependent on where we are. And really, now that we have this technology, we're in this data-driven world where we can actually communicate with other people around the globe and find out what's happening. I think you're right, it does have to have a global approach. I think we need to look at the resources and things that are coming forward and learn how to utilize things in a way that really benefit all of us for quality of life. I'm not sure that I answered your question there.
It's your interpretation of the question, so you answered it, but I think you make a really good point. Depending upon where you live, not just in a country, it's where you live in the world really determines your access. And access really all the way from newborn screening, which in fact is just beginning to be brought into some jurisdictions in the Middle East where it's really needed, and doesn't exist in other countries at all. So if you don't know what you have, you're continually undiagnosed. And so I think those are all really important points, Christine.
Thank you.
Eugene, slightly different approach. Here you are making decisions from a health technology perspective. How do you balance the global need for medicines where decisions are made in one country about being able to provide treatment to patients? And the reason I'm asking this question is when I was in India a couple of years ago, October 2019, actually, I met with the rare disease group in India. And what they said to me is that when the SMA trials were done, they allowed us to bring in 30 people, but there are actually thousands of people with the disease. When the drug is approved, we have no access to treatment. And I know that you can't change the world, but if you could, based on your role in HTA right now, how would you think about bringing treatment to those who don't have access?
So this is actually, knowing that you have a larger sample size available in the world and why they were not recruited is the first beginning point of this. So having the knowledge and the accessibility are two different things in my opinion. So the knowledge is there, but they cannot access the clinical trials and those are not there. So coming in from a health technology assessment perspective and overall policy and medical policy or public policy making perspective, it's all about education and making it aware, right? So it's a responsibility not just of HTA groups, but in general, but that when the efficacy has been established, that there should be publications that are out there, there should be outreach that happens. And India is an example, but let's just even go to another region where, it's even more limited knowledge about the sort of accessibility that is there. Having partnerships with the providers within that area and sharing with them the overall greatness of the outcomes that were achieved, especially in the SMA world. I know you're not going to call it a cure, but given the lack of alternatives, the treatment options that are available, yes, from a medical policy health technology assessment and being focused in the US area for our own membership, first take care of that, but after that, we can keep track of the data that is there in our memberships and try to bring up more publications and be part of the education and the awareness that is out there. So that happens, and I'm going to be extremely transparent about it, that majority of those efforts happen from a care perspective within the US marketplace. But there should be a concerted effort to step it outside, and that's why I brought in tools that are not limited. You can get access to these trial data and also the publications regarding how the progress has been made in patients that have received a particular therapy at any particular country or location that is out there.
Okay, so I'm going to stay on you for a minute because now we're going to get provocative, and I know Christine will like this. So, you're talking about knowledge translation, but in your talk, you actually mentioned that in some countries and even in some states, paying for a few patients can bankrupt a state, really, if you look at it that way. Maybe not the exact words that you use, but there's a lot of cost associated. You're in a country now where, you've provided me with all of this great knowledge and information. How am I going to implement it where I have so many people who actually have a condition? Because in large populations, or even in small populations, even in rich countries, how do you actually allocate resource? So do you not think that we're being a little bit delusional thinking that providing knowledge is somehow going to change behavior?
Yeah, so I believe that comment was coming from there in a previous one, but I'm going to
pointing at you.
Yes.
No.
So no, but it was a great thing. So let me start, and I appreciate the fact that you're allowing us to put our own twist to the answer.
But you're only getting 2 minutes. It's not a dissertation.
Yeah, I got it right.
Okay.
So where do I start? No, so from that, in the U.S. marketplace, let me start with there, right? There are secondary insurances, and then also self-funded groups have their catastrophic insurance that is available. But it is and I'm not gonna put a happy face on this. It's a grim reality that, if you're a small group, let's just stay within the U.S. If you're a small employer group and you have 50 to 100 patients, 50 to 100 employees, and you happen to be, happen to have an individual within your capacity that has a rare disease and there's an intervention order which is millions of dollars, right? Or a continuous treatment that costs that much, you can go out of business. So it's not just a grim reality that is out there in the world. So from that particular perspective, I believe it has to be a reduction in cost, right? So at the manufacturing level, that is there. And we're talking about rare diseases, and everybody has the right to be reimbursed or get a payment for the advances that they're making in these particular fields. But there has to be some sort of an oversight that the price of the actual intervention that is being introduced is not going to take away from a universal accessibility. Now again, that is a thought that is out there, but the measures, given that I only have 2 minutes, the measures that should be
You're over your 2 minutes, so you're going to hand that over now.
So let me say my last line. So the universal accessibility is an idea that I believe, has to have a major factor where pricing has to come down for it, and we need to have some sort of regulatory and global oversight over it.
Thank you, and thanks for being so good-humored about me cutting you off. Christine, you talk a lot about your own story, and it's very compelling. And one of the questions here is really around, the ecosystem gaps to collaboratively build a sustainable roadmap. why have we not gotten there? And you talk a lot about the intersection of technology and how much more we can do. How do we build this roadmap, and why do you think we're not there?
So I think our industry is very silent. I think we work in the space that we are in, and that's what we know. If we're talking about clinical trials, we really only talk about clinical trials, and we don't know what happens from the very beginning of a patient journey. And our nonprofits, our physicians, no one is really prepared to lead a patient through their entire journey. And so you leave patients to find these things on their own when we have some amazing technologies and therapies and people out there willing to help, but we're not really looking at everything holistically. We tend to stick in that area. And I think, you know, I make comments about it all the time. I was $2.4 million in Medicare costs last year alone. And that should never have happened. I was barely in the doctor's office because of my conditions and what I deal with. That cost skyrocketed. So I think there's so many things that we can do to really save costs. We can do things like newborn screening that could then mitigate some of these diseases and really give us options to improve that quality of life. So it's an interesting space that we're in. I think we need to focus on really physicians and patients, but also look at the nonprofits, because we're all struggling to find patients to put into clinical trials, and yet nonprofits have all of these patients, but how are they reacting, or how are they engaging with their communities to really push this? So I think we need to look at everybody that plays a part in this and where they need to be in it, and really draw those lines.
You know, I think what you're describing is really the odyssey of healthcare, where you know, all of these silos are not just between groups, but even within a healthcare system. If I'm paraphrasing what you're saying, there are, you know, different silos across medical specialties. And we had lunch today with one of the colleagues in this room, and you know, what she described was a clinician who actually took the time to bring together the other multidisciplinary team members across different clinical specialties so that there was coordination of care. And without coordination of care at some level, you're going to continue to be bouncing around everywhere until you're either diagnosed or not diagnosed, and continue to be treated for conditions that may or may not be what they think they are.
And I don't think we can talk clinical trials to people who don't know how to even talk to their physician yet.
Agreed. That's very good. Thank you. So Dan, your turn again. Your own experience dealing with some of the disparity in healthcare, and what you experienced, if you're comfortable talking about it, you know, this odyssey of getting a diagnosis, because that's really the starting point for access. Whether there's treatment or not, you need to know what you have.
So diagnosis, really, people talk about the journey, the end being the diagnosis. That's really just the beginning. And actually also allows you to get closure. There's nothing worse than, and I look at this obviously from the parent perspective, having a child who stopped walking, okay, or stopped crawling. Until you get the diagnosis, you still have that little hope that she's going to be fine. She can walk again. She can talk again. She can crawl again. Until you get the diagnosis where you know that's not going to happen, so it allows you to plan. Early diagnosis is the key, not even for treatment, but even just to come to terms with the diagnosis. Because when you know what the future is going to be, you can plan for it. So in our case, with my daughter, we had a relatively early diagnosis at 15 months of age, so she could still sit independently. The disease she had, eventually she required 24-hour care, feeding by a tube, seizures, it was a horrific disease. She died at the age of 8. But we had a period of 9 to 12 months with her where we could still do things with her. So we could take her on holiday, we could take her to the beach, take her to Disney, all the things you want to do with your child. But when they get to so severely disabled, it becomes much more challenging. But the early diagnosis allowed us to do that. And this is where we talk about diagnosis gets you access to treatments. Yes, it's great, and it should do. But if there is no treatment, it actually allows you to come to terms with the disease and the condition and to plan your future. But your future changes dramatically with the diagnosis. I've got friends with kids with, we call them swans and Bessa syndromes without a name. They still don't really know what the future is going to hold for them or their child. And this is, you know, some of these kids are 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. And I don't know how I could handle that situation of not knowing what the future is going to be. You know, and we always used to say in Amelie's case, she passed away when she was 8. I could still carry her, so I could still take her up and down the stairs, get her in and out of the bath. Those to me is really important. When we talk about treatments and treatment options, you know, when someone is so severely sick and disabled, it gets to the point where are you treating the disease or prolonging life? You know, what are you doing? And for our case, it was always why we could, you know, do things with her was great, but we'd never done a treatment. They just prolonged the disease because that's cruel to her. And actually, it's cruel to the family. It's cruel to her siblings. And we call it saving parents from themselves because you are so motivated to get that treatment. You want to do anything for your child, but sometimes that's not the best thing for you or the family. And those are big discussions. We talk about advocacy, having those conversations with people. And you get to have those with an early diagnosis because people have that period. One last point. We have many families where they get such a late diagnosis, the kid is really disabled, lots of problems, and passes away within 6 months. The family never come to terms with their child being sick. And they are angry, and they stay angry, and they never get over it. And I think that's something we need to change. You know, from screening, early diagnosis, even if there's no treatment, you can plan. That's how we do it.
So you're raising, thank you, Dan, for sharing that. The data, the role of data here. And by data, I mean, you know, if you know what's coming, I think what you're describing is as you have more information, you're able to make decisions that impact. But we don't have that right now. You know, we see a lot of patients who don't know what another patient is going through. And I'm not talking about Facebook groups where people can share information, having actual data to show trajectories of disease, because this is not a clinical trial yet. We're actually looking at the natural history and the progression, and every patient is different. So just a quick comment on where you see, how would data help?
Hugely, because actually we do have data, so the parents have the data. It's up here, or it's in the medical records, or in the notes they have at home. You know, we still have, and there's no, she passed away 4 years ago, but we have them, and they contain so much value that can be used to help other people. It's all about getting that information into somewhere where it can be analysed and can help you just plan the future and look at a disease progression. Then you know what you're dealing with, and you can make a big difference to your community. And this is why advocacy is so important, because we have that community, we create that community feel. There's not N of one, you're one sadly of a few people, and you can all help each other out on that journey. I think that's really important.
Thank you. Christine, talk to me a little bit about sustainability of healthcare, and that's one of the questions here. And the way that I'm thinking about sustainability here is access to treatment, and also the fact that, you know, we have legislation that is coming into place, but maybe it's my own biased and now myopic view that really the legislation doesn't get implemented into practice easily. So I look at the work that the Rare Disease International Group are doing. I was at the UN twice, once in Geneva, once in New York. That was years ago. I'm not seeing some of the changes, and you know, maybe I just don't see them. But to get to sustainable healthcare, what do you need? And secondly, how do we make sure that legislation actually gets put into practice? Because getting something signed doesn't mean it's ever going to happen.
So I think that's an interesting question, because right now you have patient groups in the United States who are organizing themselves to really prepare to talk to legislative representatives. There's a group called Patients Rising that started a course that really took the patients from, you know, how a bill is made, you know, really just the whole process on how to get there. Because I think as advocacy groups, and what I've seen with other disease spaces too, is they go in, they tell their story, they get a congressman to agree to something, and then some of these groups don't really follow through. And so I think it's really that education again on where we need to be, and having people on the same page, I think is also a huge thing to do, right? Sometimes we disagree and things get lost in the mix. I think it comes from the patient side of it for the advocacy and changing the legislators. I think that what they do, they represent their constituents. But if you don't have enough constituents going to them to push a certain issue, it's never going to get anywhere. So
Thank
we'll see
you.
where it goes.
So Eugene, maybe you're at a loss for words now.
Yeah,
are you okay? I'm
No,
just.
I wasn't expecting our closing panel to be so quick after I spoke, so.
Well, it's okay.
If you ask me a question.
I'm going to ask you a question while you take a deep breath and get some water.
And
As we,
if you would like to also make a comment from the other question. But go ahead.
You'll be allowed to do that at the end,
So I'll
but
have to
not
say
yet.
something.
It's really around sustainability, and as you think about your role, think outside of your role for a minute. You're a person who's making decisions and doing health technology assessment. How are you thinking about bringing more treatment to people and not being constrained by the framework that we currently have in place? What are ways to think differently about bringing care to people?
So I think I'm gonna bring in the basic science research aspect of it. So we have been talking about a lot of after the translational research has happened and you're into human studies and all of that, the investment in basic science research and academic research that happens prior to that is essential as well. And we have to start looking in those particular areas too if you want to see improvement. Because establishing, like, for instance, a pathogenicity or pathogenicity of a particular variation is, in my humble opinion, just as important once you get to the trial and you're doing the recruiting phase of it. Because starting with the extremely small patient population to begin with, and the stratification of your patient population actually becomes important. And those are things that can be taken care of when you're starting with proper investment in basic science research. So that's one aspect where I think we can touch upon it. Because what that would do is it helps in the long run once you are in the development phase or the R&D phase, which we are more familiar with in the pharmaceutical industry or the manufacturing industry that is out there. When you hit certain roadblocks, if there was proper preparation or considerations that were taken maybe 2 steps beforehand, then you won't be hitting the roadblocks. Maybe you won't be in the EAP world, but you will have approval in place. So coming from that particular perspective of making treatment more available, first we have to work out those nuances, some of them which are in our control, but properly asking the question and then investing in the PIs and their teams that are out there willing to perform this. And again, all of this comes down to funding. I would like to state that it's not necessarily going to be a commercial payer that comes into play, but a commercial payer can be part of the overall picture as well, given the membership that they have. So it has to be a collaborative piece. And then also, speaking from a federal payer perspective, I think we need to look more closely towards that and the investments that we make even prior to clinical trials. And these sort of events are the ones that bring attention to it.
Well, I think part of what you're raising is a really important point. We need to have accelerated drug development as opposed to wasting a huge amount of time running parallel studies, not using, I mean, I'm a huge proponent, as you probably know, of real world data because it plays a really significant role in characterizing disease and potentially having, comparator arms. What we also see is that many companies who have failed trials stick the data in their pockets and nobody sees it, and we keep perpetuating the same mistake. And we're not, I mean, this is obviously not in a pre-commercial space. So, there are ways that we have to figure out how companies will work together and actually collaborate. And Christine, you have
I
a
just
point.
wanted to make a comment on that. I think what we really need to do is educate our populations on the value of their collective data, and then really give them agency over that data to be able to pull their groups together and tell people what they need and really just cut down on some of this, noise that's out there. And, we dilute this whole situation with so many additional people and trying to get others in here when we really just need to go back to these patient groups and give them the power over their own data.
I think that's a really good point. So in the final minutes, what I'd like you to do is either leave the audience with a question that you want them to think about, something that you're thinking about and you want others to think about as it relates to this topic.
I have one.
Whoever wants the microphone first. Okay, go ahead.
So I would say, you gotta think about it. I would say from your role and the job that you're doing, how can you empower patients by giving them access and use of their data?
Thank you, Christine. Dan?
I would say, from a parent perspective, how would you feel if you have a child that's dying, they're in the treatment, but it's too expensive, no one will pay for it? How would you feel?
So my point for that was the expectations that you need to have, right? When it comes to the actual, and that applies to more so like from a personal level. and we're taking a look at the data and we're analyzing it. Are we satisfied with overall survival? Are we okay with the disease-free survival? Is one of the improvement in symptoms that is out there. So those are just having correct expectations when you go into this particular field becomes extremely important.
So the one comment I would like to, so thank you to the panelists. The comment I would like to make on closing is that not everything is a dichotomous outcome. It's not life or death. I mean, it is in some cases, but the measurements that we're using for endpoints, we really need to rethink those. You know, overall survival, disease-free survival, there's no such thing in a rare disease. You will always have a condition. The question is, what is your quality of life? What is the impact on your family, the caregivers, and society? And, you know, there are many ways to do economics when you take a societal perspective. We continue to focus, I think, very much, particularly in Western countries, on the direct costs. What is it costing me, the payer? What is it costing me, the government? Think about the people and the lives that we're burning along the process because we're not considering the impact on those everywhere. And I know, you know, you're from the UK, and I think Manchester did something quite interesting, didn't they, where they broke down all the budgets and the silos between all of the groups so that each government agency actually was forced to work together and not to say, hey, this is from my drug budget, I'm not giving it to you. This is from my social care budget. This is a collective budget. And we actually, I would say, as people, a community who are providing taxes and support in every single community, we're part of that society. So, you know, change begins from within. And that was my last comment. If anybody has anything else to add or say, please, this is your time. There are microphones here. Anything you'd like to share?
If anyone took something away from this that they want to share with us. Was it a whole 2 days of nothing?
No.
I learned something, but I'm not
Oh,
sure
somebody's
about
coming
you.
up to say something. Great, thank you. And then Christine, I'll leave the closing to you, but I did want to thank our panelists. Really appreciate, you know, the candor, and you really helped inform the discussion here and close, you know, the meeting in a really terrific way. Thank you, in a meaningful way.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a thought that, you know, sometimes we think of statistics, we think of numbers, but we should always remember that. And often we think of, oh, it's not me, it's somebody else, but I could be that person, or I am the patient. Eventually, all of us are going to be patient. Now what?
Anyone else want to comment about what the, oh, we've got some, will you somehow get the mic over to? I would run down, but I have 2 knee replacements and I'd probably kill myself. We don't need that.
I want to take it's really a segue from what last thing you said. And actually combine with what he said. The key lies, it's patient power. And I think that the key is in making patients as literate as they can be regarding their health situation, such that they can take, you know, affairs into their hands.
Yeah. Anyone else, or we? No? I guess Jocelyn can take that. Okay, so I actually did write something out and prepare something for the end, but we did it. And so this has been kind of a crazy little experiment in a hybrid, last-minute hybrid conference. But Jocelyn, thank you for everything that you did. You somehow kept it together for all of us, and I thank you for that. Yesterday, we heard from some amazing speakers and on the collaboration and growth that we need in our rare disease communities, and today was no different. As a patient with multiple rare diseases and autoimmune conditions, I can tell you that we are all alike. The diseases are similar, but our locations are different. Our care is influenced by our zip code, and it affects our quality of life. But we are now living in a data-driven world, and data knows no boundaries. The conversations are just getting started, and there are so many things to discuss with personalized and precision medicine on the horizon. Our futures look bright if we can harness the collective intelligence from all of these silos. I'm going to close with a quick analogy to healthcare that I want you to consider. Think about a pencil. We all know what a pencil looks like. We all know how to use it. Regardless of the wording we all use to describe it, it's a basic concept that we all understand. But it wasn't one person that was able to create that pencil. There was the wood guy, there was the guy that thought of to attach the eraser, all of those people. But it was through this collective thinking and collaborative leadership that was able to build an almost perfect object. And that's how we need to think of healthcare. What piece of the puzzle do you hold in creating the new design of healthcare? Things move slowly in this industry, and I know the changes we need will take some time. But I also know that COVID has caused a shift in our industry, our thinking, and the way we work. Things can be done faster, more efficiently, and for a lot less money if we all work together and include all perspectives. With that said, thank you for realizing how important the patient voice and perspective really is, and for seeing us as more than a checkbox. I'll leave you with my closing statement that I say everywhere. It's only through collective intelligence and collaborative leadership that we will find viable solutions that work for us all. So thank you all for joining us. Our apologies to those of you who are online. I think Jocelyn will have some of these things available for you later. And if you have any questions or comment, please reach out to any of us. I think all of the speakers that were up here are willing to share their perspectives. So that's it. And thank you to our sponsors. I didn't want to read them all because, whatever. Anyways, I think we all need a drink and we're done. So thank you all for being here.
And how do I turn off Zoom?